Sometimes we all need a little help to get things done. There's all kinds of reasons we can think of to not do something. Maybe you felt that way yourself. But by using a few new ideas that can trick you into looking at your tasks a little differently, you just might find a way to make it easier. So, how do you trick yourself into doing something? Rewards. Of all the ways you can trick yourself into doing anything, the classic reward system is usually the first thing that comes to mind. Giving yourself a reward is a pretty common way to get yourself going. Maybe you're in the habit of grabbing a Starbucks coffee to accompany you when you run errands. Or maybe you have some ice cream after you finish your daily chores. Dangling the proverbial carrot in front of you can be a motivator, but it doesn't have to be a food reward. Maybe a special treat for you is a nice walk outside after working in your home office for several hours. Watching a movie, going out with friends, or some quiet relaxation are also good ideas for rewarding yourself. Giving yourself a reward is a legitimate way to encourage yourself to do something. Most people would not go to work every day if they didn't receive a reward for doing so, like getting a paycheck. So rewards are used in many of life's routine activities. Don't disregard them as over-pampering yourself. Use them to your advantage. Making your reward a healthy option is a double win. Schedules. Another good trick to have up your sleeve is to schedule tasks you don't want to do, in between two things you enjoy. By doing this, you get motivated to begin, by doing the first thing. Then, while you have your momentum going, do the thing you don't want to do, knowing that as soon as you're done, you get to do the other task you do want to do. Sandwiching the less attractive activity between two things you enjoy makes it easier to get through the more difficult task. Another way to use a schedule is to plan ahead for your procrastination, since it won't go away completely anyway. Sometimes it's better to get it out of the way, so you can focus on what you really need to do. Tell yourself that you're going to do a different activity for a certain amount of time, and then do the thing you don't want to do afterwards. For example, if you have to finish an assignment, but just can't convince yourself to do it, you could go ahead and plan another activity first, and then commit to doing the assignment directly afterwards. Playing basketball with friends for 30 minutes and then going directly inside to finish your assignment might be one choice. Your mind will be refreshed from being outside. You will have exhausted some physical energy and can be ready to sit down and do your work. Use a schedule to allow for both work time and playtime. Combining the schedule technique with a reward can give you extra incentive. For example, scheduling your playtime after your work time might increase your productivity and give you something to look forward to. Prepare as if. Another way to trick yourself into doing something is to prepare as if you're getting ready to do it. Gathering tools or preparing a work area can be the first step in actually doing it. Oftentimes, the preparation can be easier than the task itself, and if it's easy, you might be more likely to start. For example, if you always set up your work area a certain way with papers, laptop, snacks, and special lighting, then by getting it ready, you are telling your brain that you are preparing to work. Once it's all set up, there's little effort needed to just sit down and get started. Another example might be if you've been missing out on your workouts lately. You may have to trick yourself into thinking it's time to go to the gym. When you start to gather your things, like your gym bag and any equipment you normally take with you, and set them by the front door, you'll be one step closer to actually going. Then, go put on the clothes you typically wear to the gym. At this point, all you need to do is grab your bag and walk out the door. By taking things one step at a time toward your goal, you may be able to complete the process and actually go. When you associate a certain outfit, equipment, or scenario with a particular activity, you may start to respond to the familiar routine and get yourself into the right state of mind to do it. Availability. Tricking yourself to do certain things can sometimes come down to a matter of convenience. If you're trying to do something like eating healthier foods, one answer might be to only have those foods in your house. By making healthy options your only choice, you might be able to trick yourself into eating a better diet by making it more difficult to go find something else. When thinking about how you want to live and what activities you want to do, you can trick yourself into doing what you really want by making those options the easiest and most convenient choices. Our brains like things to be easy, so by offering the path of least resistance, you could create routines that become effortless. Make the things you want to do the most available option. Be somebody else. If you always do what you've always done, you'll always have what you've always had. That's a common statement, but it can be very true. If you make the same choices over and over again, you may not reach the goal you are striving for. One way to trick yourself into doing something could be to think about the person you want to be and ask yourself, what would they do in this situation? For example, if saving money is something you want to do, but you always seem to buy things on impulse, try thinking of the type of person who spends money wisely. You might think of someone you know, or formulate that personality in your head. The next time you are in a store and considering buying something you probably don't really need, you could see yourself as the person you want to be. Then ask yourself, what would you do if you were that person right now? Would the person you want to be buy that item, or would they appreciate it for what it is and then decide they would rather hold on to their money for now and give it more thought? Another example might be at the office. If you have a mentor or look up to someone that you admire, you could create a new persona for yourself that emulates the type of person that you want to be. When you don't want to work on something, ask yourself what your mentor would do in this situation and step into their shoes to trick yourself into making a better decision. Consider, what would a wealthy person do? What would a healthy person do? What would a responsible person do? And then act accordingly as that type of person. Everyone has times when they don't want to do something they know they need to do. But by using a few tricks, you could get yourself thinking and acting in ways that may surprise you. Giving yourself rewards, scheduling work and playtimes, setting yourself up for success, and visualizing what you would do if you were the person you want to be are some tips and techniques that may help you to do things you don't want to do. One last thought on tricking yourself into doing anything is to remember that life doesn't have to be tedious and hard. Use your imagination and make it fun. Discover what motivates you to get going. In his fun-filled, inspiring book, Oh, the Places You'll Go, Dr. Seuss writes, "You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose." Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. If you are already subscribed to my free Art of Improvement email newsletter, then there's a copy of it already waiting in your inbox. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. We're always performing, whether that's professionally, socially, or personally. Such performances rely on self-confidence in so many ways. When you are at work, excelling feels within your grasp when confidence is oozing from you. Socially, showing up when you're self-confident is easier, which is also a vital tool in combating social anxiety. Personally, looking in the mirror is a wholly more relaxing experience with self-confidence. Without it, things can be difficult. Self-confidence gives you the skip in your step that prompts you to try new experiences, meet new people, and simply enjoy a happier existence. So, naturally, pushing yourself to live the best version of your life is difficult when that inner drive is waning. There's nothing like self-confidence. It's the elixir of youth and the driving force behind humankind. It's why learning how to boost it is pivotal for overall life satisfaction and improvement. Understand your fears. There's a reason most people know roughly how long it took to build Rome. It wasn't built in a day, that's for sure. Regardless, there's a reason that turn of phrase is so well known. Like an empire, your self-confidence is built, brick by brick, action by action, day by day. Time spent waiting for confidence to arrive is time wasted. However, it's wrong to assume that mere knowledge of that will do anything in boosting self-confidence. One of the most significant challenges facing anyone struggling with their confidence is dealing with any fears. One of the most effective fear-conquering methods is to face them head-on, But first, fears must be understood. Start with watching how you talk to yourself. Treat it as an experiment by practicing the fears that originate from a lack of self-confidence. Note how you talk to yourself when faced with something that scares you, and perhaps most importantly, how you feel. When you're able to see how you are when forced to confront fears, you can go about putting effort toward mending them. A simple but effective thing to remember is that mistakes will pass. Self-confidence is quick to fade when a person views a pillar of their life as insufficient. So it's easy to latch on to mistakes and blow them out of proportion. However, while mistakes can feel damaging in the moment, they often last longer because of how we react. Making mistakes will only serve to boost your confidence. The more trials and tribulations you come through, the more confident you'll feel. That sense of resilience is a fundamental part of establishing confidence in the long run, as it provides an extra layer of security, a knowledge that you have the power to bounce back from whatever life throws your way. After all, mistakes fade, events pass, and time moves forward. Improve your competencies. What's one of the first questions you hear when you meet someone new? What do you do? The expected, the dreaded question. Its answer feels like a routine. It can also be a source of self-confidence issues for many. Of course, if you've got plenty of achievements to brag about, such a question might perk your ears. But a lack of success can feel uncomfortable to share, particularly in a social setting. This is all because of self-belief, or a lack thereof. But self-confidence doesn't only rest in the list of worthy achievements in your arsenal. It's likely to make itself known when you do something you're good at. Strengths grow, thus furthering belief in yourself. From there, you've bought a ticket headed straight toward life satisfaction. Here, the key lies in repetition. The more you do something, such as playing football or public speaking, for example, the better you'll become. That feeling of accomplishment is almost impossible to ignore and can become a pillar of self-confidence. It's that knowledge you have, that talent in your locker that works here. As you can probably guess, the first step is identifying your strengths. From there, you can act. Remember, it's all about building self-belief, knowing that you have a lot to offer even if you don't think so. Set realistic goals. One element of life that can drag self-confidence down more than you'd expect is goal setting. It's easy to set goals. Earn $1 million or run a marathon, for example. But therein lies the problem. Goals are often too broad for our shoulders. It's not that they aren't attainable. It's that the actionable steps aren't clear. The answer is simple. Setting realistic goals enables you to keep track of your progress and not get swamped by the grandiosity of a goal. Instead of looking up at $1 million mountain, make your current ceiling visible. Earning your first $1,000 or the next $10,000 might be more attainable and clear. The point is to challenge yourself, but not too far. Whatever the goal is, it needs to be within your capabilities. That way, you can keep it within sight. A simple way to carry this out is by writing down what you want to achieve. Then, go through and ask yourself honestly how attainable it is. It's okay if your targets aren't as achievable as you thought. Rein them in and go from there. Develop a growth mindset. Boosting your confidence is, first and foremost, about growth. As your self-esteem grows, your confidence does. It should come as no surprise that the growth mindset, a concept famously coined by psychologist Carol Dweck, makes it onto this list. Put simply, someone with a growth mindset believes they can develop their skills through hard work and practice. It's nothing revolutionary, but without it, people can remain stuck in their circumstances. A growth mindset gives you skis to glide over the thick snow, allowing you to break through the thick of it and work towards long-term goals in all aspects of life. Here, the first step is to acknowledge and appreciate imperfection, whether that's in yourself, your friends, your family, or anyone else. As a result, you can see growth in others too. Then it's all about reflecting that behavior in your own life. The things we don't like about ourselves aren't necessarily set in stone. They ebb, flow, and of course, grow. Become familiar with no. Perhaps one of the most immediate ways you can gain a wash of self-confidence is through a simple word. No. It's absolute in its certainty and definitive in its brevity. Yet, it's something so many shy away from. After all, while repeating things you're good at does act as a self-confidence booster, recognizing situations and environments that pose a risk to your confidence can be just as, if not more important, at growing and maintaining confidence levels. For example, you may find that even though you like being with your friends, playing football is not your thing. It's easy for self-esteem levels to fall from there. It can feel difficult to say no to things and people, but at the end of the day, it's you that feels uncomfortable as a result. Of course, leaving your comfort zone is important for overall growth, but it's also okay to know your boundaries and protect yourself from pain. A lot of self-confidence derives from feeling in control. Becoming accustomed to the word no enables you to set up psychological boundaries, putting you in the driver's seat. This way, your social and emotional well-being can flow more smoothly. The more you control, the better. Putting it into practice may feel daunting, but it doesn't need to go that way. The next time you're invited to a function that you know will damage your self-confidence, by however much, respectfully decline. Time will pass, and the sense of accomplishment you gather from choosing yourself over other people will only serve to push self-confidence to new heights. Boosting your confidence starts with you. For anyone suffering from a lack of self-confidence, it can prove difficult to live life to its fullest. Achieving goals can feel far away and unlikely. Daily life is often challenging too. That said, boosting how you feel about yourself isn't a million miles away. Becoming more confident is all about how much you believe in yourself. When you're being introduced to someone, do you feel proud of what's being said, or do you struggle to listen? The more you believe in yourself, the more you will like yourself. It all starts with little steps. It can start by saying no to an event you know you won't like, or even simply setting a new, more attainable goal. Whatever it is, I hope it helps you believe in yourself more. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. If you are already subscribed to my free Art of Improvement email newsletter, then there's a copy of it already waiting in your inbox. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Most people have heard the phrase, "When life gives you lemons, make lemonade." The idea, of course, is to make the best of what is dealt to you. If things aren't quite what you wanted, try to make it into something else. Although it may not be quite as simple as it sounds, it can be possible to change a negative thought or situation into a positive one. By practicing techniques that help you to alter your perspective and see things in a different way, you may be able to turn your lemons into lemonade. Artist Mary Engelbreit said, "If you can't change it, change the way you think about it." Let's take a look at a few ways to reframe the negatives into positives. Refrain or reframe. Most people would agree they don't want to be stuck with negative thoughts running through their minds. It's a common practice to try not to think about something that's bothering you. But if you try to simply refrain from thinking a negative thought, you'll soon find that it's not that easy to do. The more you try not to think about something, the more you think about it. To just refrain from a negative thought is not an easy action to take. When thinking of life bringing you lemons, it would be hard to tell yourself, "I just won't think about lemons." The next thing you know, lemons are the only thing on your mind. Then, what about reframing a thought? How does that work? Well, essentially, it takes the thought and turns it into something better, not just masking it or trying to ignore it. Since trying to eliminate the lemon scenario altogether probably won't be of much help, a better suggestion might be to examine how to make lemons more palatable. That's when you can change them into lemonade. Reframe the thought to accommodate something more acceptable. By doing so, you can put a more positive spin on thoughts that have you trapped without a solution. One example might be that if you're thinking, "I'll never get this assignment done," you could reframe that thought by replacing it with, "I'll finish this assignment tonight by breaking it down into simple steps." Another way to look at it is by changing your perspective. For example, when a photographer is sizing up a shot for a particular photo, they will view the subject from various positions before deciding to snap a picture. Depending on the angle of the camera lens, the light, colours, and composition, the picture may appear different. When you look at something from another point of view, your point of view will change. Reframing a negative. Cognitive reframing is a term used to identify negative thoughts and replace them with those that are more balanced. In his book, Feeling Good, Dr. David Burns said, "When you change the way you think, you can change the way you feel. By changing our feelings, we might make choices that result in better outcomes and happier lives." Here are 3 steps that may help you begin reframing your negative thoughts. Number 1. Notice your thinking. What are you thinking about, and how does it make you feel? Are you running a loop of negative self-talk? Are you stuck on an event or something someone said, and you can't get it out of your head? Thoughts create feelings. By identifying your negative thoughts, you can begin the task of changing how you feel. Number 2. Evaluate the evidence. Ask yourself if the thoughts you are thinking are true and accurate. If you believe you got dealt a bad hand at something, does that mean you're always going to be dealt a bad hand from here on out? Once you remove your emotions about the negative thought, focus on the facts. Life events are usually not an all-or-nothing situation. When you can see the truth about what you're thinking, you are better equipped to decide if you want to hold the thought or not. Number 3. Reframe the thought with compassion. How can you change your perspective to lessen the severity of the negative thought? By using just the facts, not your feelings, how could you change the thought to a positive one? For example, if you are thinking that you always fail at dieting and you're always going to be overweight, you might reframe the thought with, "By eating healthy foods and exercising, I can reach my desired weight." Don't succumb to defeating yourself with negative thoughts. Another way to reframe your negative thoughts is to not jump to conclusions about how you think something may turn out. You may know someone who lost a job or relationship, only to exclaim later that the loss was the best thing that ever happened to them. How can that be? If something doesn't work out the way you wanted it to, isn't that a bad thing? Well, not always. For example, one woman said that in her first year of college, she ended up in a dorm room with someone she couldn't stand. They had nothing in common, and she anticipated a terrible first year of college life. That would seem like a big negative, wouldn't it? But, as it turned out, through her roommate, she ended up meeting the person who would become her life partner, and was introduced to some new book topics which became an important new interest for her. Sometimes negatives can turn into positives on their own. So, before making judgments about something, wait until all the information is in. Reframing this situation might sound like, "This isn't what I had hoped for, but I'm going to give it a chance and see where it goes." Failure and rejection. Failing at something can seem like an impossible thing to reframe into a positive. After all, it was a failure. There's no happy ending here, right? Or is there? Is failure always the end? Or is it an opportunity to look at something differently and then try again? For example, think about what you learned from your failure. Now you know more than you did before. You know what works and what doesn't. You experienced growth and put yourself in a position of trying new things. Instead of thinking, "I am a failure," try reframing that into, "I can use the information I learned from that attempt to try another way." And what about rejection? What if you gave something your best shot and it was rejected? Whether it was an attempt at a career goal or a relationship you thought you wanted, rejection could allow you to focus on other opportunities. Maybe you applied for a job you were certain you would get, only to be passed over for another applicant. By reframing this loss and applying elsewhere, you might find the second job turned out to be perfect for you. So many times, various people have been quoted as saying, "I am so grateful that I didn't get the thing I thought I wanted." Both failure and rejection are inevitable. There are going to be times when things don't work out the way you planned. But by reframing these negative experiences into positive ones, you can minimize your suffering and begin to build strength, resilience, and maturity. Here are some reminders for turning negatives to positives. Catch your negative thoughts and look at the facts. Reframe a statement that is both accurate and positive. Wait until you have all of the information rather than jumping to conclusions. Don't allow your imagination to make up false scenarios. Remember that just because something happened once doesn't mean that's how it will turn out next time. What you think about, you bring about. Being in control of your thoughts can put you in better control of your life. It's up to you to choose the thoughts that are in your best interest. By reframing the negative thoughts into positive ones, you can make big changes to the way you perceive your circumstances and life experiences. Author Stephen Covey wrote, "You can't change the fruit without changing the root." By changing the negative thought at its very root, you may find a much sweeter fruit in the way of feelings, emotions, and outcomes. As they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Do you believe that setting goals is an important ingredient in success? Or to put it another way, how successful do you think you would be if you didn't have goals? If you got up every day and allowed your day to unfold without direction, how do you think it would turn out? Although having free time to relax and just let whatever happens form your day can be nice on occasion, most of the time if you want to reach your dreams and desires, you have to make an effort. And that effort involves goals and planning. Life is like navigating a journey, and the first step in any journey is knowing where you want to go. Know your destination. Successful people start with a goal. They know that without one, they have no directional focus with which to achieve anything. It's the very basis of their success, and all of the steps that lead to it are based on the final goal. Having a goal is imperative before making any plans to get there. Imagine setting out on a road trip without any idea of where you're going. Chances are you drive in circles and never really get anywhere. Author Steve Maraboli wrote, "If you don't know exactly where you're going, how will you know when you get there?" For example, if you have a dream of being your own boss, then your goal might be to start your own business. Once you've established what's important to you, then you can begin making plans to reach that destination. Successful people know that in order to accomplish anything, you first have to know what you want and set a goal to achieve it. When planning what they want, they do all the research. They find out everything they can about what it is they're striving for. By learning as much as possible ahead of time, they can adjust their expectations to meet or prepare for the destination. If there are skills they will need along the way, they can be sure to get the training and education they need ahead of time. By learning all they can about the goal they're wanting to reach, they increase the odds of arriving prepared to accomplish it. When setting goals to complete a particular task or project, knowing what the end result should be will help determine the steps to take. Regardless of what type of goal you have, it's important to be clear about it. Map it out. When starting any plans to reach a goal, successful people know that it can help to map out the route to reach your destination. For example, what steps would you take? By having a plan, it gives you a clearer picture of where to start and what milestones you can expect along the way. What points of interest would you aim for? If you were taking a trip, you might look at the route you plan to take and see if there is anything that might make your journey easier or more enjoyable. Successful people look at goals with a broader picture in mind. They don't just see the end, they see the entire timeline laid out along the way. When you set a definite goal, it's easier to see the steps you'll take to get there. What stops would you plan along your route to refresh and confirm that you are still on track to reach your destination? Having things planned out ahead of time can help you to reach your goal more smoothly. Knowing what to expect around the next corner might make it less overwhelming. Businessman and investor Robert Herjavec stated, "A goal without a timeline is just a dream." Successful people know that by setting goals along the way, you can get where you want to go, step by step. Confidence and motivation. Setting goals may help to put your dreams into perspective. Once you know what you want and are headed in the direction of achieving it, your vision can drive you forward. American President Theodore Roosevelt stated, "Believe that you can, and you're halfway there." Successful people know that having a goal is the motivator that propels you forward with confidence. When you know where you're going, it can be exciting to see your progress as you move closer to the goal. Goals allow you to experience success along the way. When you reach one goal, it leads to the next. For example, with the road trip scenario, every time you get to the next town, you know you are making progress. You can visibly see where you are on your journey and how far you still have to go. Similarly, if you are working on a task or project, having regular checkpoints can help you to measure your progress and make adjustments as needed. Each step is a small goal in itself and can give reasons to feel good about that individual success. Every goal you celebrate along the way draws motivation to keep going. Successful people love goal setting because it gives them the feeling of having accomplished something over and over again, and feeling successful can give you the confidence to do more. Let goals be the guide. Along every journey, there is always the chance of running into detours. Even a well-mapped out plan can encounter challenges that may require a course correction. But the end goal is not lost. It just may require a different route than you expected. Japanese management consultant Kenichi Ome stated, "Rowing harder doesn't help if the boat is headed in the wrong direction. When you find yourself off course, taking the time to reconsider your path before moving forward can save time and effort in the long run." Successful people know that reaching any goal involves being flexible and making ongoing decisions that affect the outcome. When things come up, using the final goal as a guide can help navigate the twists and turns of unexpected situations. At times, you may need to reset the GPS and take a temporary detour, but successful people know that a detour is not a dead end. By following the signs to get back on track, they can still reach the final destination. Inventor Henry Ford said, "Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off your goal." Allow your goals to be your guide and keep your eye on the prize. Commitment. Successful people embrace goals with commitment. Think again about the analogy of taking a trip. You wouldn't plan a vacation with the expectation of driving to a wonderful destination, pack up your car, drive around the block, and then go back home, would you? Of course not. Setting a goal and following through is the same type of thing. By committing to the task or process involved to reach a goal, you are telling yourself you intend to do it. Giving up or not putting enough effort into creating your step-by-step plan is not going to help you reach your goal. By committing to a goal, successful people find their way to completing the things that are really important to them. Writing down goals, reviewing them often, and continuing to pursue what matters makes a difference. Having something to be excited about gives extra momentum to a goal you have committed to. One program encourages the 4 P's of goal setting, which include the words positive, personal, possible, and prioritized. When using this thought process, successful people choose positive goals that matter, with which they feel personally connected. The goal must be something that can be realistically reached, then prioritized with action and commitment. Author Art Turok wrote, "There's a difference between interest and commitment. When you're interested in doing something, you do it only when circumstances permit. When you're committed to something, you accept no excuses, only results." German poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe wrote, "The important thing in life is to have a great aim and the determination to attain it." Successful people know that by setting goals and then following through, they can reach the destination they have in mind. By having a direction and focusing on the steps it takes to get there, you may find that goal setting is your map to success. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. A productivity-based mindset is the high achiever's bread and butter. When everything boils down to day-to-day life, the grind, productivity, is the beating heart of everything we do and produce. Every Miles Davis song, any groundbreaking new medicine, and any shiny new skyscraper is the result of productive people coming together to work and achieve great things. A low drive for productivity is a challenge pretty much everyone faces at some point in life. Letting it fester can drag the most ambitious person down to the depths of dissatisfaction. Typically, the more productive we are, the better about ourselves we feel. That sense of accomplishment is unrivaled and does wonders for our self-esteem levels. So when we're unable to replicate it consistently, it can affect more than just work. Errands such as food shopping require productive energy to carry you from one task to the next. Without it, things can pile up and weigh you down. However, the path to a more productive mindset isn't a mystery. Productivity tips are a well-covered area of self-improvement, but it's easy to get lost in the mud. This video will outline the key areas to evaluate and implement to gain a more productive mindset and achieve great things. Goal setting. If you think about the goals you set for yourself, they're likely quite lofty. We all like feeling a sense of direction, so having that distant star to follow can help anchor us. However, that can also be a part of the problem. When a goal is too far-fetched, it can prove difficult to consider how all of your actions now will lead to reaching that point. If you don't see the results right away, it can feel disheartening and knock you down, putting productivity at risk. The key to ensuring your goals are in line with your productive mindset lies in expectation management. You might feel you can do anything just before you're about to sleep, but when the morning rolls around, the lofty goals and surge of motivation you felt just 8 hours ago disappear. Managing your expectations is a healthier, more sustainable way to live. For example, setting a goal of writing 3,000 words by the end of the week seems infinitely more achievable than continually reminding yourself to finish the book you're writing. When you know how to test yourself within the outer reaches of your capabilities, you'll engage more with the work you do. The more engagement, the more productive you are. It's simple. More attainable targets mean you're more likely to show up every day and hit them. Prioritization. Life is unpredictable. Any day of the week can present unexpected challenges and throw our priorities out of alignment. Shaken priorities can unpick a productive mindset and forge a new, distracted path. To become a high achiever, you must learn to ebb and flow with the unpredictability of daily life to consistently maximize your productive energy. A tried and tested method is the Eisenhower Matrix. It's a time management framework designed to help prioritize tasks through categorization. Firstly, you split your tasks into 4 quadrants. 1. Do first. Important tasks that must be completed on the same day. Emergencies and deadlines, for example. 2. Schedule. Important but less urgent tasks which need to be completed soon but not right now. If you forget everything in this video bar one thing, let it be the art of scheduling. As this video mentioned earlier, managing your expectations helps to lighten the load and makes you more productive in the long run. Overworking yourself leads to burnout, the opposite of what a productive person needs. By letting yourself know you'll complete a task at a later date, you're setting yourself up to win. 3. Delegate. Urgent but less important tasks you can shift to other people or services. For example, hiring freelancers or automating emails. 4. Don't do. Fairly self-explanatory, but this simply means items that are non-urgent and not important items. You can choose to implement the Eisenhower matrix down to the finest detail, or merely the concept of prioritization. It's up to you. One thing everyone should remember is you cannot do everything in one day. Learning to forgive yourself for not completing everything is as helpful a productivity tool as any. Focus. You can set as many realistic goals or plan your day as meticulously as you can, but all of it won't matter if you can't focus. Maintaining focus is what gets the work you've planned done. American psychologist Cal Newport's book, Deep Work, is often used as a pillar in the self-improvement world. It boils down to the titular concept against its opposite, shallow work. In the book, he explains what they mean. Deep work is the professional activity performed in a state of distraction-free concentration that push your cognitive capabilities to their limit. These efforts create new value, improve your skill, and are hard to replicate, whereas shallow work is non-cognitively demanding, logistical-style tasks often performed while distracted. These efforts tend to not create new value in the world and are easy to replicate. Put simply, deep work is the state of mind a high-achieving, productive person should seek daily. Distractions must become the enemy. That means logging out of all forms of communication, perhaps even isolating for a few hours. This style of working is ideal over short 1 to 3 hour bursts to ensure the brain stays active and immersed. When all of your concentration is directed towards the task at hand, productivity will fall into place. Continuous learning. A lot of what it means to have a highly productive mindset resides in how you set yourself up. Productivity is fueled by different motivations for each individual. You may seek to acquire a more productive way of thinking, so you can feel more confident in the work you do. Or it could be purely financial. Either way, the more output you produce, the more you must intake. For example, a writer cannot proclaim to improve if they don't read. It stokes the creative fires in the brain and pushes them to produce something of their own. In any line of work, constant output will eventually leave the scales unbalanced. Your mind requires feeding. Continuous learning is the snack cupboard that will keep on giving. The more you put yourself in a space to learn, the easier it will be for productive energy to come your way. There are a few different types of learning which are worth noting. Formal learning. Institutions and initiatives specifically designed for learning. Examples include university and college courses, training programs from employers, and e-learning or mobile courses. Social learning. The various ways of interacting and collaborating with other people to learn new things. You won't be surprised to hear this sort of learning most probably takes place on social media, through blogs and coaching. Self-directed learning. Learning purely to expand knowledge or grow a skill. This is more focused on the individual with things such as listening to podcasts and reading relevant blogs. What productivity actually means? It's pretty simple. A productivity-based mindset revolves around one thing: consistency. When you consistently set realistic goals, get your priorities in line, set yourself up for focus time, and commit to continuous learning, you're orienting your mind towards productivity in all areas of your life. Mastering it is your ticket to achieving great things, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Some days you'll do everything on your to-do list and more. On others, you may get nothing done at all. A person with a productive mindset knows what's gone wrong and understands how to fix any mistakes. If there's one thing you should remember, let it be this: to maintain productivity across all areas of your life, consistently listen to your body. For some, a 4-hour block of work might be ideal. Others may work best at night or in short 20-minute bursts. Knowing when you react poorly to certain situations and environments will help you get the best out of yourself. This is particularly important for avoiding burnout, because while the feeling of accomplishing everything you need is addictive, too much can tire you out and set you back weeks. We all have our limits. I hope this video helped. There are so many ways to optimize your productivity, and this video just listed some of the most important. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Much like our memory of it, time ebbs and flows. Its pacing is irregular and distorted. To make the most out of a day, then, time management is a potent weapon in the fight against unproductivity. Unprioritized, a lack of time management leads to days wasted, incomplete work, and damaged self-esteem. It can feel difficult to manage your time for optimum productivity. Errands, work, and traveling are things most people do frequently that eat into the day. However, it's not all doom and gloom. Developing an efficient method for managing time is the easiest way to hack your internal system and maximize productivity. That starts with the simple tips the rest of this video will outline. Set priorities. The first point is what you'd expect. From the get-go, you need to set your priorities straight. For example, if you have an important piece of work due on the day, you should push the less essential tasks back to another date. With this mindset, you can select potential date clashes and times to fix any mistakes. In other words, you're drawing on the Eisenhower Matrix, a popular time management and productivity tool. It provides a framework for your schedule, splitting your tasks and objectives into 4 categories, ranging from urgent and important to non-urgent and non-important. It doesn't sound like much, but making yourself aware of the pressing matters in your life means you're able to put your best foot forward every time. Essentially, orienting your priorities to maximize productivity through time management helps reduce decision fatigue, something former US President Barack Obama achieved by limiting his outfits. He said, "You'll see I wear only grey or blue suits. I'm trying to pare down decisions. I don't want to make decisions about what I'm eating or wearing, because I have too many other decisions to make." Of course, the President of the United States likely has to make more decisions than the rest of us, but the point still stands. Most of adult life can feel occupied with the decision-making equivalent of small talk, deciding what to cook and what to wear, for example. Obama's words send a message to anyone looking to up their time management skills. Plan and save the mental energy required for making and completing the most important and urgent decisions and tasks. Delegate or automate. The rise of technological home control, Amazon's Alexa, for example, is because of one thing: automation. Delegating time-consuming small tasks is becoming a thing of the past, as homes around the world ask Alexa to turn off the lights and heat the house. Automation shouldn't be pinned solely to cutting out the trip from the sofa to the light switch. However, its impact, crucially, impacts the optimization of time management. Anytime you can cut out tasks that don't provide enough of a productive benefit, you're affording more time which, as you can imagine, provides the opportunity to maximize productivity. But what does that look like? Automation comes in various forms. If you use email marketing, most of the main sites such as ConvertKit and MailChimp provide automation, where you can create sales funnels for customers to follow and receive relevant emails. The same goes for social media sites, as individual users and businesses alike can schedule posts instead of writing and uploading them one by one. Then, of course, you can push the boat out further and delegate. The more successful you become, the more full your plate will be, so the more help you'll need. Hiring someone to take the load off can help steer your mind toward more productive-based, goal-oriented work. Task batching. Imagine if you laid every single task you needed to complete in one day out on a page. You couldn't combine any of them. How long would that take? How frustrating would that be? As explained by Asana, task batching, grouping similar tasks to complete in one time period, negates the potential for excessive time wasting and allows for increased time and focus on whatever is necessary. The main objective is to avoid context switching, the mental jump between tasks. Asana helps explain. Think of it like clicking into 2 different apps on your phone and switching between them. Your brain does a similar process when it focuses on 2 different tasks. But because we're humans and not computers, it takes time and mental effort for us to context switch. Put differently, the human brain does not work well when we try to multitask. If you continually answer emails as they come in every day, you're regularly switching contexts and dampening any prior focus. Dr. Sahar Yusuf, a cognitive neuroscientist at UC Berkeley, succinctly summarizes this message. We have a certain amount of cognitive capacity and a certain amount of attention. The busier you are, the more ideal this is for you. Start by blocking out time on your calendar. For example, allocating a specific period for your office hours is a great way to let everyone who needs to know you're able to give your undivided attention. This way, you can mentally prepare yourself for extended periods rather than one task at a time. The 4 W's of time management. Gulraj S. Sharpuri, CEO of Right at Home, wrote a helpful article explaining a simple, memorable method for managing your time and subsequently maximizing productivity. He takes from the 4 P's of marketing strategy: product, price, place, and promotion, and applies them here. What? First and foremost, what are your priorities for the day? Start with a straightforward priority ranking for your tasks. This takes away the potential open-ended nature of the day and helps visualize your trajectory. Knowing the bigger picture helps appreciate the smaller one. When? Now the tasks are ranked, it's time to plan when is best to complete them. Here, it's vital to listen to your mind and body. When do they operate best? If you're a morning person, high-priority tasks should be attempted before 12, the opposite for a night owl. The more you listen, the better foot you put forward. How? Although it technically doesn't start with a W, its place is very much warranted on this list. The highest priority task on your list may be important, but it could also be as simple as making a phone call or sending an email. Some objectives take days or weeks to complete, thus requiring daily effort, so it's important not to forget the input needed, no matter how small. However, deadlines in the far future can feel unimportant in the present, so remember to divide your time according to the importance of the task. Who? Putting time into the wrong people can have ripple effects on how you manage and use your time throughout the day. People can consume your time or fill it with tangible results for you, whether that's a colleague assisting you on a project or a friend providing a boost of self-esteem. The right people make your time work for you. Time management is more than your to-do list. It's simple. You'd be forgiven for not looking any further than a to-do list when it comes to time management. But if this video has taught you anything, it's that you should. Orienting your day toward maximum productivity requires a more comprehensive approach, one where priorities are thought about, planned, set, understood, and appreciated. One which reduces the time spent on small, unproductive tasks as much as possible and cuts out the constant context switching that destroys focus and wipes out time. One where the what, when, how, and who of time management are considered before any to-do list is written. Put differently, you want a system that works best for you. Start by working out where you lose time the most and plug the holes. As mentioned in this video, any system you set up won't work best for you if you don't listen to your body and mind. If you're a morning person, then choosing to hit the gym after a long day at work, when your energy is at its lowest, might burn you out for the rest of the day. All in all, time management is all about knowing yourself. If you work towards that, then you're working in the direction of your most productive self. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Have you noticed that we give better advice to friends than to ourselves? This is known as Solomon's paradox and uncovers a fascinating twist in human psychology that is a surprising part of how we think and can be a secret tool for making our own lives better. Abraham Lincoln led a nation wisely, but struggled with personal depression. Mahatma Gandhi worked for peace, but had complex personal relationships. Albert Einstein formed groundbreaking theories, despite a turbulent private life. Winston Churchill was a brilliant wartime leader, but struggled with his personal finances. This is Solomon's paradox in action, which refers to the phenomenon where people are better at solving other people's problems than their own. This occurs because we think more clearly when we are not involved in the problem. We can use Solomon's paradox to our advantage and help us improve our lives by teaching us to think about our own problems like we are giving advice to a friend. This means trying to see our problems from outside, like a person who is not involved. This way, we can make better decisions for ourselves, just like we do for others. Ever wondered why we instantly like someone based on one trait? This is called the halo effect, a phenomenon that affects our judgment without us even realizing. Think about Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt. Known for her stunning beauty and charm, these traits cast a halo that influenced how people perceived her intelligence, leadership, and political skill. It shaped her legacy and helped her navigate her reign in a male-dominated era. The halo effect is a cognitive bias, where our overall impression of someone influences how we feel and think about their character. Essentially, if we see someone as good-looking, we're more likely to attribute positive qualities to them, like intelligence or kindness, without solid evidence. Understanding this can transform our interactions and decision-making. For instance, when we're making new friends or choosing project team members, realizing the halo effect can encourage us to look beyond first impressions and discover more about people's real abilities and personalities. By recognizing the halo effect in our daily lives, it can teach us to look deeper and appreciate people for who they really are, not just for the first good thing we see. Ever wondered why small things can sometimes feel like the end of the world? This phenomenon, known as the focusing illusion, reveals why. During World War II, soldiers on the front line reported feeling happier on battle days than on days off. Why? Because their focus was solely on survival, making every other concern fade away. The focusing illusion is a cognitive bias that makes us think whatever we're focusing on at the moment is the most important thing in our lives. It's the idea that nothing in life is as important as you think it is while you are thinking about it. Understanding this illusion can help us a lot. For instance, next time you're stressed about a work deadline, by shifting your focus to the bigger picture, you can reduce anxiety and gain a more balanced perspective. So, next time you're sweating the small stuff, ask yourself, is it really as big of a deal as I think? Or is it just the focusing illusion at play? Learn to shift your focus and improve your life, one thought at a time. The streetlight effect is a phenomenon that reveals a curious aspect of human nature that will change how you approach problems in your life. Did you hear about the drunkard searching for his lost keys under a streetlight? Not because that's where he dropped them, but because that's where the light is. This funny anecdote highlights our tendency to search for solutions where it's easiest, rather than where the answer truly lies. The streetlight effect is a cognitive bias that causes people to only consider the information that's easiest to find, often overlooking valuable data that requires more effort to obtain. This bias can limit our problem-solving abilities and decision-making processes, leading us down a path of least resistance rather than effective resolution. Understanding this concept can dramatically shift your perspective. For example, if you're struggling with a personal goal, consider whether you're looking for solutions in the most obvious places, simply because they're easy to reach. Maybe the real answer lies in a direction you've yet to explore. By understanding the streetlight effect, we learn to look further than the easy spots, finding better answers in unexpected places. Have you ever clung to a belief, even when evidence suggested you might be wrong? This stubbornness is often a result of belief bias, a hidden force shaping our judgments and decisions. Charles Darwin introduced his theory of evolution in the 19th century. Despite overwhelming evidence, society largely dismissed his ideas because they conflicted with established beliefs. Belief bias occurs when our evaluation of the logical strength of an argument is influenced more by our pre-existing beliefs than by the actual evidence. It's why we might ignore compelling data if it contradicts what we hold true, or why we might accept weaker arguments that support our views. This happens because what we already believe feels comfortable and safe, making it hard to accept new or different ideas. Recognizing belief bias can alter our approach to decision-making. When encountering a new idea that challenges our worldview, instead of instantly dismissing it, take a moment to critically assess the evidence. This shift towards evidence-based thinking can enhance our ability to make informed decisions, promoting a more open-minded and rational approach to life's challenges. Ever wondered why, despite having more freedom and choices than ever before, we often feel less satisfied? Welcome to the Tocqueville paradox. In the 1830s, Alexis de Tocqueville travelled to America to understand why its democracy was so successful. He discovered something profound. As people gained more rights and equality, their expectations increased, making them feel more entitled and less content. So, what exactly is the Tocqueville paradox? It's the phenomenon where increased freedom and equality lead to greater dissatisfaction among people. Why? Because as our choices expand, so does our awareness of what we don't have, fueling a perpetual sense of longing and disappointment. But here's the kicker. Understanding this paradox can actually empower us. By recognizing our endless pursuit of more, we can learn to appreciate what we have, focusing on gratitude and fulfillment from within. Imagine applying this to your daily life, choosing to value the present moment and the freedoms you do enjoy, rather than what's missing. That shift in perspective can transform your sense of satisfaction and happiness. Ever felt overwhelmed by a mountain of tasks, ending up procrastinating even the smallest ones? The key to breaking this cycle is called the 2-minute rule, a strategy that can transform the way you tackle your to-do list. Consider the famous artist Pablo Picasso, who could sketch a masterpiece in minutes. Picasso's ability to start and complete a piece swiftly illustrates the essence of the 2-minute rule, the power of beginning. If Picasso waited for the perfect moment, those iconic sketches might never have existed. The 2-minute rule is about tricking our brains to get started on something by committing just 2 minutes to it. If a task takes less than 2 minutes to do, you should do it immediately. This rule leverages the psychology of task initiation. Starting is often the hardest part, and by reducing tasks into 2-minute chunks, we make them less daunting. Applying this rule could be as simple as sending that email you've been postponing or organizing your desk. Once you start, you're likely to keep going, turning a small action into significant productivity. Ever wondered how just a single shift in your mindset can unlock an immense pool of creativity and problem-solving abilities? Welcome to the Curiosity Zone, a concept that can revolutionize the way you think and act. Picture this: Leonardo da Vinci, in the Renaissance era, not just as an artist, but a visionary inventor. His secret? He lived in the Curiosity Zone. The Curiosity Zone is essentially a mental state where curiosity, rather than fear or bias, drives your thinking and learning. It's about asking why and what if relentlessly, allowing you to explore possibilities without the constraints of conventional thinking. Now, imagine applying this in your daily life. Instead of accepting things at face value, you question and explore, leading to innovative solutions and deeper understandings. For instance, facing a challenge at work, instead of going with the first solution that comes to mind, you dive deeper, asking questions, exploring different angles. This not only leads to a more effective solution, but also enhances your critical thinking skills, creativity, and ability to tackle future challenges. Ever wondered why 20% of your efforts actually yield 80% of your results? This phenomenon, known as the Pareto principle, is the key to transforming your productivity and focus. In the late 1800s, economist Vilfredo Pareto made an intriguing observation. 20% of the pea pods in his garden produced 80% of the peas. Intrigued, he applied this observation to wealth distribution in Italy and discovered a similar pattern. Roughly 20% of the population controlled about 80% of the land. This principle, now named after Pareto, has been found to apply in various areas of life and business. It states that a minority of causes, inputs, or efforts often lead to a majority of the results, rewards, or outcomes. Applying this to self-improvement, consider focusing on the 20% of habits or activities that will give you the most significant benefits. For instance, if you're trying to improve your health, identifying and concentrating on key exercises and dietary changes can yield most of the benefits. By embracing the Pareto principle, you're not just working harder, you're working smarter, optimizing your efforts for maximum impact. Imagine the possibilities when you apply this to all areas of your life. Here's why admitting "I don't know" could be your greatest strength. This isn't just about being humble. It's about a powerful concept called epistemic humility. Consider Socrates, who famously declared his wisdom came from knowing he knew nothing. This wasn't defeat. It was the beginning of true understanding. Epistemic humility is the understanding that our knowledge has limits and being open to new evidence or arguments. It doesn't show weakness. It demonstrates strength and flexibility of thought. Adopting this mindset can revolutionize the way you approach problems and interact with others. It's about embracing the unknown, asking questions, and being open to new perspectives. Imagine tackling a complex challenge at work. Instead of charging ahead with assumed knowledge, you pause, consider what you don't know, and seek out new information. This approach not only leads to better solutions, but also fosters a culture of continuous learning and growth. Epistemic humility isn't just about knowledge. It encourages a mindset that's curious, open, and unafraid of the unknown. It's how we grow, learn, and ultimately, how we improve ourselves. Ever felt stuck, waiting for motivation to strike? This is where the do something principle comes in, a game changer in overcoming procrastination. Consider Thomas Edison, who didn't wait for inspiration but actively pursued his experiments, despite facing countless failures and setbacks. He never waited for the perfect idea to strike. Instead, Edison embraced the do something principle. He continuously experimented, learned from each failure, and kept moving forward. This relentless pursuit led to revolutionary inventions like the light bulb. The do something principle is a simple yet powerful concept. Action precedes motivation. Taking any small step towards your goal then fuels further action and motivation. Let's apply this to self-improvement. Imagine you've been putting off exercise. According to the do something principle, you don't wait until you feel like working out. You just start with something small, like a 5-minute walk. This small action can lead to more significant efforts, transforming your fitness journey and, by extension, your life. What small step will you take today to propel yourself forward? Have you ever found yourself thinking, I've been unlucky so many times in a row, so I'm due for some good luck soon? This belief is known as the gambler's fallacy, and overcoming it will change your approach to risk and decision-making. In 1913, at the Monte Carlo casino, something extraordinary happened. The roulette wheel landed on black 26 times in a row. Gamblers lost millions betting against black, convinced that a red was due next. The gambler's fallacy is a psychological trap, where we mistakenly believe that if something happens more frequently than normal during a given period, it will happen less frequently in the future, or vice versa. Understanding this teaches us how our perception can cloud judgment. If you faced repeated failures in personal goals, you might think you're due for a win. Instead, analyze why past attempts didn't work and adjust accordingly, rather than relying on luck to change your fortunes. Each decision should be made on its own merits, not influenced by previous unrelated events. By overcoming the gambler's fallacy, you can make more rational decisions and increase your chances of success in all areas of life. Ever puzzled over a tough decision because of unknown outcomes? This is the Ellsberg paradox. Understanding it can transform the way you make decisions. In the 1960s, economist Daniel Ellsberg uncovered a curious pattern. He showed that people fear the unknown, affecting decision-making. He demonstrated how people prefer options with known probabilities over those with unknown probabilities, even when the odds of success are the same. Why? The fear of the unknown often outweighs rational judgment. The Ellsberg paradox is a phenomenon where individuals avoid uncertainty due to the lack of information, leading to decision-making that isn't always in their best interest. But embracing uncertainty can empower you. By acknowledging the unknowns and focusing on what you can control, you can make more informed and confident decisions. For instance, an entrepreneur might face uncertain market conditions, but can still succeed by focusing on product quality and customer service, leveraging the Ellsberg paradox to their advantage. Understanding the Ellsberg paradox teaches us to navigate life's uncertainties with confidence, making smarter, strategic choices. Let it inspire you to face the unknown, turning fear into your strongest decision-making tool. Ever aimed for a goal and lost track of why? This phenomenon, known as Goodhart's Law, reveals a twist in how we pursue success and improvement. It shows how targets can mislead us. Back in the 20th century, the Soviet Union aimed to increase nail production. They set targets based on quantity. The factories then produced millions of tiny, useless nails. When the target changed to weight, they made huge, impractical nails. Neither approach met the actual need for varied sizes of functional nails. Goodhart's law states that when a measure becomes a target, it's no longer a good measure, because we then start to game the system, focusing on hitting numbers rather than achieving real progress or quality. By focusing on numbers, we forget true goals. How can this benefit us? Don't just count hours studied or books read. Aim for understanding and applying what you learn. By choosing meaningful goals over mere numbers, we achieve real growth. Goodhart's law reminds us it's not about how much we do, but the value it brings. Why do we often want something more when we're told we can't have it? This is not just stubbornness, it's a psychological phenomenon known as reactance theory. Take the story of Steve Jobs. When he was kicked out of Apple, the company he co-founded, instead of retreating, Jobs used this setback as a catalyst. He founded Next and Pixar, paving his way back to Apple with even greater innovations. Reactance theory explains our pushback to threats against our freedom of choice. When Jobs was told he was no longer needed at Apple, it triggered a motivational surge to prove his worth. So, how can this theory help us? It teaches us that when faced with restrictions, instead of giving in, we should channel our reaction into a positive force. Like Jobs, use limitations as a launchpad for creativity and innovation. The next time you're told you can't, remember it's your signal to soar. Use that no as a step to your next big yes. Ever delayed opening a piece of mail because you knew it was a bill? That's the ostrich effect at work. Consider the tale of Ludwig van Beethoven. Despite losing his hearing, Beethoven refused to ignore his situation. Instead, he faced it, adapting his methods to continue composing. His determination led to some of the most profound music ever written, like his Ninth Symphony. The ostrich effect is our tendency to avoid facing our problems, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Yet, Beethoven's story teaches us the value of confronting our challenges, no matter how big they seem. How do we overcome the ostrich effect? By not shying away from our difficulties. Ignoring problems doesn't make them disappear. Acknowledging and tackling our issues head-on can lead to breakthroughs and achievements. Let Beethoven's courage inspire you. Next time you're tempted to avoid a challenge, remember that facing it could be your step towards creating your masterpiece. It's time to face your fears and turn them into your strengths. Why do we often argue over things like the font in a report more than its content? This preference for trivial over complex issues is known as the law of triviality. Picture the British Navy building a nuclear submarine. Yet the committee spends most of its time discussing what to stock in the canteen. It sounds absurd, but it's a real example of how we often focus on trivialities when faced with overwhelming complexity. The law of triviality highlights our tendency to devote disproportionate time to trivial matters, ignoring more significant, complex issues because they're harder to understand. So, how can we combat this in our lives? By recognizing when we're focusing on easy, inconsequential details instead of tackling the real challenges. Prioritize tasks by importance, not by ease or comfort. Notice when you're sweating the small stuff at the expense of what truly matters. Breaking free from the law of triviality can lead to more meaningful discussions and decisions in both personal and professional life. Ever held on to something just because you didn't want to lose it, even if it wasn't benefiting you? This instinct is called loss aversion. It's like the story of Kodak, a giant in the photography industry. Kodak invented the digital camera, but feared the loss of film sales, so they shelved the technology. This hesitation to embrace change, due to fear of loss, eventually led to Kodak's downfall in the digital age. Loss aversion is our psychological tendency to prefer avoiding losses over acquiring equivalent gains. It's why the pain of losing $50 feels more intense than the joy of finding $50. Understanding loss aversion can improve our lives. By recognizing this bias, we can make more rational decisions. For instance, instead of clinging to outdated habits or investments because we fear change, we can evaluate opportunities more objectively. Whether it's a job, relationship, or outdated belief, ask yourself, am I holding on because of value, or just fear of loss? Start challenging your fear of loss today. Ever felt like you're not as competent as others think? You're not alone. This feeling is known as imposter syndrome. Consider Albert Einstein. Despite his groundbreaking work in physics, he often felt he didn't deserve his accolades, calling himself an involuntary swindler. Even the brightest minds can doubt their success. Imposter syndrome is that nagging thought that you're a fraud, waiting to be exposed, despite evidence of your capabilities. It's common among high achievers who can't internalize their success. So, how can we beat it? First, by recognizing it. Understand that it's a common experience, not a true measure of your ability. Next, share your feelings. You'll find many feel the same way. Remember, overcoming imposter syndrome starts with accepting that perfection doesn't equal worth. Next time doubt creeps in, remind yourself, I am capable. I am deserving. I am not an imposter. Your achievements are valid. Like Einstein, you might doubt yourself, but that doesn't diminish your contributions or your competence. Ever noticed how tasks expand to fill the time we allocate to them? This isn't just your imagination. It's a phenomenon called Parkinson's law. Think about the last time you had a whole day to do something that realistically only needed a few hours. Chances are it took you the entire day, right? Parkinson's law states that work expands to fill the time available for its completion. A classic example is the preparation for a meeting. Given a week to prepare, the task will stretch out to consume the whole week, often with last-minute rushes. But we can use Parkinson's law to improve our efficiency. By setting tighter deadlines for ourselves, we can trick our brain into focusing and completing tasks more quickly without sacrificing quality. Next time you have a project, cut the usual time you'd allocate for it in half. You'll be surprised at how focused you can be. Embracing Parkinson's law can transform the way you work, making procrastination a thing of the past. How are things working for you? Is your life going the way you thought it would? If you're like most people, there are things that could be better. There are most likely some areas of your life that you'd like to change or improve upon. So, if you want to make changes, how would you go about it? What could you do to implement new thoughts, feelings, and experiences? Well, if you want to change your life, one way to do it is to change the way you think. Here are 5 mindset shifts that may help you to do just that. Number 1. Fixed to growth mindset. Developing a growth mindset may be one way to start changing your life. Our brains are like a master computer that runs the programs that monitor our thought processes. If you want to change it, you have to think about what you're thinking about. If you are in a fixed mindset, you may be setting limitations for yourself. People with fixed mindsets may be telling themselves they can't do things. They might feel as though they're not good enough and that things are too difficult. They tend to have thoughts of not being able to get anywhere in life. If you believe that you can only go so far, then you are missing out on opportunities for advancement. On the other hand, people with a growth mindset tend to tell themselves quite a different story. Having a growth mindset means knowing that through effort, education, and new experiences, you can learn new things. They might say they can't do something, but then add in the word yet. They believe that it can be done once they learn the skills or find the resources to do it. People with a growth mindset are likely to keep trying, ask questions, and continue to work toward their goal. Inventor Thomas Edison stated, "Our greatest weakness lies in giving up." The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. By changing from a fixed to growth mindset, You may find challenges that seemed insurmountable previously can be viewed from a different perspective. You might find solutions to things that made you feel stuck before. The language you use in self-talk makes a big difference in changing your mindset to one of growth and opportunity. And the things you tell yourself will affect the actions you choose to take. Reframe limiting thoughts to reflect a forward-thinking growth mindset. Number 2. Victim mentality to ownership mentality. If you go through life just allowing things to happen to you, without being able to do anything about it, you might feel like a victim. Feeling stuck and powerless to change things can lead to being stressed and overwhelmed. You may be asking yourself why other people have it so easy, when your life is so hard. People who think with a victim mentality might find themselves blaming other people for their lot in life, instead of taking responsibility for it. This type of thinking can attract drama and misfortune, making things even harder. You may not even realize you're thinking on these terms, because it becomes so automatic. It's not your fault if you've had this way of thinking since childhood, but once you're aware of it, you can take steps to change it. Owning what happens to you puts the power back in your hands. You can't control outside forces, but you can always control how you choose to respond. By cultivating an ownership mentality, instead of asking, "Why me?" or "When do I get a lucky break?" you can ask yourself, "What do I want?" or "How can I create a better life?" People with an ownership mentality focus on what they want, not on what they don't want. They know they are accountable for achieving their goals and don't blame others when they run into obstacles along the way. Steve Chandler, author of Reinventing Yourself, described one difference he observed about these two mindsets. Owners were designing a life, while victims were trying to make a living. When you have an ownership mentality, you can shift your focus to encompass a sense of clarity, responsibility, and self-compassion, and start creating the life you truly want. Number 3. Scarcity to abundance. When you are living in scarcity, you may avoid taking risks, but some degree of risk-taking can actually lead to more opportunities for growth. If you have a mindset of not having enough, you might be afraid to spend money, time, or energy because you think there is a limited supply. You might be fearful of running out of resources. In his book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey talks about how some people view life as a finite pie. If one person takes a big piece, that leaves less for everyone else. But in truth, life has infinite possibilities. Living with a scarcity mindset can make you feel that you are in competition with everyone else. You might do things like accept offers you don't really want because you fear you might not have any other options. You might feel as though you have to hold on to things very tightly for fear of losing them. When you have an abundance mindset, you realize there is plenty of everything and it's okay for everyone to have a share. Being grateful brings even more abundance. When you have an attitude of gratitude for what you already have, it may eliminate feelings of lack. When you train your brain to see opportunities instead of obstacles, you may find more choices and resources. Then the world starts to look more like abundance than scarcity. Number 4. Perfectionism to progress. Scientist Stephen Hawking said, "Perfection simply doesn't exist. That is the basic rule of the universe." Perfection is an unattainable goal. It can cause you to feel unnecessary pressure and become overwhelmed. Sometimes it can lead to burnout, depression, and anxiety. Perfection is an unrealistic expectation. Writer Ben Meir suggests beating perfectionism with the 70-20-10 rule. He explains 70% of your work will be mediocre, 20% will suck, and 10% will be amazing. He continues, if you're avoiding failure, you're avoiding success. When you focus on being perfect, you could even undermine your own confidence. It may have the opposite effect you are hoping for. If you are seeking perfection, you may be afraid to try or move forward for fear of not being good enough. Alternatively, Perfectionism might also have an effect that makes you feel like you're already so good that you have nothing left to learn. Either way, trying to be perfect and produce perfect work is an exhausting game with unlikely rewards. Winston Churchill stated, "Perfection is the enemy of progress. It may actually prevent you from reaching your goal by discouragement and defeat." In contrast, progress promotes continual growth and advancement. Making progress helps you to acknowledge the goals you meet and gives you things to celebrate. It leaves room for flexible thinking and new possibilities. People who prioritize progress over perfection may feel happier because they know they did their best and recognize their strengths. Finding ways to learn more, they can keep moving forward. Number 5. Negative to positive. Thinking negatively is like a black hole that keeps you stuck in a downward spiral. It restricts the way you think about solving problems, look for opportunities, and how you reach your goals. If you constantly tell yourself that things are bad and are not going to work out, you will probably create a self-fulfilling prophecy. In the book Buddha's Brain, Dr. Rick Hanson says that human brains have a negativity bias. It's part of our survival mechanism, and we're always scanning our environment for threats. This is helpful if there is real danger, but in most cases negative thoughts can be reframed with more positive outlooks. Thinking positive doesn't mean everything will go perfectly all the time, but it could help with perseverance and create ways of thinking that promote solutions. A positive attitude may draw more opportunities your way. If you really want things to change, you have to actually do something different. Thoughts create feelings, and feelings create actions. So by changing your mindset, you might just find that you can, indeed, change your life. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. In the pantheon of self-improvement buzzwords, empowerment fills among the boldest. To empower is to literally give power to yourself. It feels intimidating in its grandiosity, as if the act of personal empowerment requires a life-changing act, or something to remember, at least. It may feel difficult, then, to actively push for a personally empowered life. However, misvaluing its importance in the grand self-improvement scheme of things is an error not worth committing. To personally empower yourself allows you to organically grow confidence, as you can firmly say, "Yes, I did choose myself today." Achievements become more likely when you instill empowering levels of confidence in your mindset. It doesn't need to be a sweeping action either. Personal empowerment comes in micro-sized portions. You might choose to holiday by yourself to avoid the chaos of group planning, for example, or simply choose to not get out of bed at 7 a.m. Personal empowerment is all about seizing control of your life and making positive decisions that are tailored to your wants. Remember this famous quote from Eleanor Roosevelt: "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Personal empowerment is all about embodying that spirit. Yes, people and situations can influence the way you feel and experience life, but you have power in your hands. Here are some strategies to wield it efficiently. 1. Setting and pursuing meaningful goals to empower you to take action and stay focused. In the long run, giving yourself the best possible environment to make positive decisions requires a closer look at the bare bones of everyday life. Goal setting. Before pursuing anything, it's worth remembering what it is you're going for in the first place. Misplaced, poorly set goals waste time and can lead you astray. Terrible conditions for personal empowerment. For goal setting, take from the SMART, S-M-A-R-T, plan. Specific. Goals can't be too generalized or too broad. The less specific your goal, the less achievable it becomes. For example, writing a novel is a huge undertaking, but writing 500 words a day is more attainable. That way, you know in the direction you're headed. Measurable. While it's all well and good to have a goal, how do you measure your progress? It's important to know how you're doing, otherwise it's easy to get lost in the process. Attainable. We all have high expectations for life. However, letting your mind wander can lead to unrealistic goals, the crux of every person looking to personally empower themselves. When setting goals, make sure they're challenging but within your capabilities. Stretch yourself, but not too thin. Relevant. Of course, any goal you set must serve what you want out of life. This in itself is incredibly empowering, as it provides a compass for navigating the rough seas of life. Time-bound. It's easy to push large goals off into the distant future. If it's not pressing, why should it matter now? To avoid goals getting lost in the time stream, set an end date, a time you'd like to have accomplished your goal. Overall, the key thing to remember is that you can't go around setting any old goal. You'll waste your time and there won't be any empowerment taking place. Make sure the targets you set are right for you. Once you've figured out how you're going to set the goals, it's time to understand how to pursue them. For starters, it's worth keeping in mind the power of motivation. It's the fuel that keeps the engine chugging along, the force that elevates you out of bed and into the day. On this, The Guardian reported the work of psychologist Bluma Zygarnik. She's famous for, you guessed it, the Zygarnik effect. The idea that we remember things we need to do better than things we've done. Zygarnik notes how her theory stems from observing waiters only able to recall orders before service. In other words, maintaining motivation to pursue goals requires gratification. Gratification comes in all shapes and sizes. Regarding the perpetual pursuit of goals and subsequent personal empowerment, look at your to-do lists. Simply ticking off completed tasks is a tried and tested way of rewarding yourself with a sense of achievement and motivation. A study from professors at Wake Forest University highlighted the anxiety-relieving benefits of simply making a plan for completing incomplete tasks. In the study, participants underperformed on a task when they couldn't complete a typical warm-up activity. However, when they were allowed to create plans to finish the warm-up activity, the participants' performance on the next task dramatically improved. Essentially, it's all about following through, setting and pursuing goals that put you in control and breed positivity. 2. Building self-awareness. In modern society, self-awareness is one of the most useful, potent skills you can have at your disposal. John Duffy, a clinical psychologist, says most people aren't as self-aware as they think and often struggle to understand emotional states. In effect, self-awareness is the recognition of one's own emotional state at any given point in time. When you can recognize it, you can manage emotional states and consequently take more control over other elements of your lives. Building self-awareness starts with your ability to look at yourself from an outsider's perspective, to see yourself as others see you. How would you react if you were listening to a friend saying what you are? Would you support them or have a negative reaction? The ability to remove yourself from the moment and look at how you're portraying yourself is one of the most personally empowering acts you can do. Think of building self-awareness as you consciously putting your hand back on the wheel. NBC reports the work of Michal Strahelowicz, a consumer psychologist and marketing professor at St. Mary's College of California. She recommends specifically looking at situations that rile you up. If you catch yourself raising your voice, you may feel justified in being upset. However, for the person with you, the experience will be quite different. One element of building self-awareness to be mindful of is any potential shame. Looking at your role in past conflicts and situations may not be the most comfortable task, but as is the case with self-awareness, knowing more about yourself means understanding where you've gone wrong before. The key? Always try to remove yourself from the situation. Besides, you can't solve problems if you're not aware of them. In this ever more complex world, awareness is paramount for improvement. 3. Developing resilience. Goal setting, motivation, and self-awareness all play vital roles in personal empowerment. Resilience, however, is slightly different. It helps get you started, keeps you going, and propels you forward. Here, its purpose is to empower you to face challenges and overcome obstacles. In real terms, it's how well we recover from life-changing situations and trauma. You may see or know people who have overcome traumatic events and wonder if it's even possible to access that kind of resilience. It isn't a personality trait. It's something you build through proactive actions in your day-to-day life. For example, seek to prioritize your relationships with empathetic people, embrace healthy thoughts, take care of your body, and avoid negative outlets. Essentially, orient your environment to one of positivity, support and strength, and you'll absorb resilience. Another handy tool is learning to place yourself in the timeline and ask, how did you get through difficult situations in the past? What would have helped? How would you change your response in the future? Resilience is all about learning how you get through difficult times and building defenses to ensure you'll be okay. Personal empowerment is daily care. To personally empower yourself is to put yourself in a positive, forward-thinking position. It can be in all shapes and sizes, such as day-to-day goal setting and zooming out to gain perspective and self-awareness. Then you've got the bigger picture, building strength through surviving and learning from difficult, traumatic situations. Ultimately, it's about putting yourself in charge. Far too often, we're guilty of letting people and the structures around us not only guide our actions, but our thinking too. It's understandable. It's easier to let things happen than it is to intervene. And in our ever more complex world, consistently making positive decisions for yourself can feel challenging. But it's also why you should prioritize personal empowerment as much as possible. Without putting your hands on the wheel, it becomes impossible to head in the right direction. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Life is full of challenges. Not everything we attempt or wish for will materialize the way we'd hoped. But seeing failure and adversity as part of the process can help put things into perspective. Businesswoman Arianna Huffington said, "We need to accept that we won't always make the right decisions, that we'll screw up royally sometimes. Understanding that failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. Being resilient is not necessarily something you're born with, but you can learn it. Even if you didn't have the environment or opportunity to build skills of resilience as a child, it's not too late. But what can you do to learn to bounce back from difficult situations? Here are a few tools that may help. The 7 C's of resilience. In a study on teaching resilience to youth, human development expert Dr. Kenneth Ginsberg identified 7 components that help build resilience: competence, confidence, connection, character, contribution, coping, control. This program was meant to encourage parents to teach children how to handle stressful situations early in life, but has expanded to apply to adults and teens as well. Using the 7 C's of resilience might help people of all ages and situations develop the skills needed to handle all types of challenges that may occur. Let's take a look at how this addresses the building blocks of greater resilience. Competence. Competence is having the ability to deal with whatever comes up in life. We're not born knowing how to take care of things, but it can be learned over time. Knowing how to do things boosts self-esteem. The combination of training, skills, experience, and knowledge can lead to the ability to perform a task or job efficiently. The more success you have, the more you feel encouraged to try new things. Recognize when you do something well and build on that. When you feel competent to address challenging situations and develop a history of dealing with things as they come up, you may feel less stress about it. And that leads us to the next C, which is confidence. Believing in yourself can give you the extra boost you need when things are difficult. Confidence is built on accomplishments. And when you have developed the skills and abilities to deal with challenges, you may see failure or adversity as a setback that can be overcome. Writer F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote, "Never confuse a single defeat with a final defeat." Having confidence in your own power and judgment can make situations less overwhelming. Take care of yourself and believe in your ability to bounce back. Connection. Knowing you are not alone during difficult times can give you a sense of security. When you're facing failure or adversity, a strong support system is a big help. Whether you need someone to talk to, extra resources, or feedback on what went wrong, connections can help you clarify the situation and provide support. Close ties with family, friends, and your community can offer an extra layer of stability during hard times. By having a sense of belonging, people tend to make better choices, have feelings of self-worth, purpose, and experience less stress. Feeling lonely or isolated can lead to depression, but knowing people are there for you in times of need can minimize the effects of life's challenging moments. Psychologist Dr. John Townsend stated, "Connecting with others during difficult times makes the trials more bearable." Character. When you experience failure or adversity, your true character can often rise to the surface and influence your words and actions. Think about who you are and how you act, and ask yourself if this is the best version of you. Teaching young children right from wrong at an early age can carry through to lifelong personality traits. These principles can help follow a moral compass during difficult times. It can be easy to become frustrated when things are not going the way you think they should. Sometimes people might feel pressured or so disappointed that they make rash and unreasonable decisions. If you have carefully cultivated your character throughout your life, those thoughts that direct your decisions can be counted on to make your best choices. Having a sense of self-worth and positive values can keep you from spiraling down the rabbit hole of despair. Even if you were not taught to think in positive, constructive ways as a child, it's never too late to work on self-improvement skills. Greek philosopher Heraclitus wrote, "The content of your character is your choice. Day by day, what you choose, what you think, and what you do is who you become. When you become and act with integrity, honesty, and perseverance, you may find the challenges of failure and adversity are overcome more easily." Contribution. Being part of something bigger than yourself can help you think about more than your own problems. Partly because helping others feels good, and partly because helping others makes it easier to ask for help yourself. Everybody needs help sometimes. When you experience failure, you gain a sense of what that feels like, and may help someone else get through something similar. When adversity strikes, helping someone else get back on their feet may teach you something too. You may realize your place in the world and the fact that you have the power to make a difference. Albert Einstein stated, "Strive not to be a success, but rather to be of value." If you find yourself dealing with failure, you might be surprised how much you or someone else can learn from it. Reframing your failure to become something of value that creates a lesson learned might turn out to be a contribution to a bigger solution. Coping. Sometimes just figuring out a way to cope with whatever just happened can be a challenge in itself. Failure and adversity can be hard pills to swallow, and sometimes you just need to take a break. Stress reduction is probably one of the first things that come to mind when facing difficult situations. Doing nothing can actually be a sound strategy. Stop and think about what happened. Give your brain time to switch from fight or flight thinking to something more rational. Phone a friend, drink water, focus on your breathing, and wait a while to calm down before making any decisions. Take a walk, meditate, or find other ways to be gentle with yourself when you've been dealt a hard blow. Once you're ready to address what happened, you can begin to formulate a plan to correct a problem, or accept it and move on. Breaking things down to manageable steps might help to make things seem less overwhelming. Preparing as much as possible for disappointments and adversity can help you be in your best form when things happen. By taking care of yourself with healthy habits and lifestyle choices, you might find life's challenges can be easier to navigate. Control. Having control over your own thoughts and actions can keep you from being overwhelmed by outside events. Know what you can control and what you can't. Author Ryan Holiday wrote, "You don't control the situation, but you control what you think about it." If you failed at something, don't waste your time dwelling on the failure. Start thinking about how you can do it differently. Ask for help if you need it. If it's something you can change, you can start working on solutions. If it's out of your control, you may have to let it go. Having control over your own actions and decisions can be empowering, but the trick is to remember that when something is out of your scope of control, then you're wasting time and energy to try and change it. Ryan Holiday continues, "Remember, we don't control what happens. We control how we respond." There is a saying, "Hope for the best, but plan for the worst." Yes, failure and adversity will happen. Life is going to be hard sometimes, but by having a plan and developing skills for resilience, you may be able to think of those difficult times as only setbacks that teach you greater strength and character over time. Philosopher Confucius said, "Our greatest glory is not in never failing, but in rising every time we fail." Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. What do successful people all have in common? Money? Fame? Fantastic lifestyles? Maybe. But one thing that really sets them apart from everybody else is failure. That's right. Successful people embrace failure as a way to succeed. It might seem counterintuitive to think failure can aid in the path to success, but when you hear the reasons why successful people find failure to be helpful, you might start to rethink how you view failure in general. Former CEO of IBM, Tom Watson, stated, "If you want to succeed, double your failure rate." Redefining failure. The dictionary has several definitions of failure, but generally, the word can be summed up as an inability to meet an expectation. In whatever you're doing, you have expectations for how it will go. When it doesn't turn out the way we'd hoped, then we see it as having completely failed. That's a pretty strong determination for one action. Author John C. Maxwell stated, "To achieve your dreams, you must embrace adversity and make failure a regular part of your life. If you're not failing, you're probably not really moving forward." If you see something that didn't work out as being the end of the road, rather than a stepping stone, then you might think of failure as an end in itself. You might even think of yourself as a failure. But successful people know to separate their personal identity with a failed attempt at something. By recognizing that failure can sometimes be part of the project, they can continue to move forward without taking a hit to their self-esteem. Redefining failure as just an inability to meet an expectation might make it easier to reassess the situation and approach it in another way. Think of how you could redefine failure to bring a positive spin to an otherwise disappointing situation. Failure is inevitable. Have you ever met someone who has gone through life without a single failure or setback? Probably not. Physicist Albert Einstein said, "Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new." Think about the first time you tried to ride a bicycle. You probably fell or crashed many times before you mastered the skill and balance to ride. If you gave up, you probably still can't ride a bike. Or what about learning to read? The basic skills of life and continued learning develop over time through challenges and perseverance. Other attempts in life follow a similar line. Whether you're developing new skills, starting a business, or changing the world, you're going to see failure along the way. It's inevitable, but it's not terrible. Successful people know that failure is not only inevitable, but it can be valuable. They expect it, so they're not thrown off balance when it happens. They view it as part of the process and proceed toward their goals. Failure, in those terms, is not defeat. It's a delay, or maybe a near miss or oversight, but it's not going to stop the show. Opportunities and motivation. When successful people encounter failure, they see it as an opportunity. It's a chance to identify a weakness and develop strategies to become better. It's a way to make whatever you're doing stronger and more effective than you had originally imagined. When something doesn't meet our expectations, we might become motivated to ask why it failed and improve our methods. Failure unleashes potential. Once you've failed at something, there's nothing to lose. It gives you the courage to go ahead because you're no longer afraid to fail. You already did. And you're still standing. Becoming motivated to work harder and smarter to succeed is a benefit of failure. Winston Churchill said, "Success is walking from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm." Failure can open your mind and give you new ways of thinking. When you think of failure as a tool, you may be able to use it to your advantage. It could open doors to alternative solutions, or expand your project in other ways that you had not anticipated. Even if a failed attempt means starting over, it can still bring new insights into how you can do things differently. Lessons learned. Successful people know that failure always teaches you something. They view failure as a valuable learning experience, rather than something to be feared or avoided. Failure can provide important insights for growth and improvement. In fact, sometimes the lessons learned along the way can be more important than the finished product. For example, one thing some people learn through failure is humility. When something doesn't turn out the way you had hoped, it can be a humbling experience, especially if people were watching to see if you would succeed. But even if you are the only one who sees that you failed, it can still create a sense of discouragement and strike a blow to your self-confidence. It may seem harsh at the time, but it can also help put it into perspective. Facing the reality of your failure could make you a more humble and compassionate person. Another benefit of failure is teaching resilience. When you fail at something, but don't take it personally, you learn to take things in stride. Successful people know that bouncing back from difficult situations like failing at something can make you stronger. Every time you overcome an obstacle, you gain insight and experience. And from that, you might find confidence in the long run. After having endured failure, continuing to move forward can help build character. Life can be messy. Developing the mental toughness needed to overcome challenges can be an asset. Entrepreneur Malcolm Forbes said, "Failure is success if we learn from it." If we can learn from our mistakes, we may become better at taking risks and trying new things. The term intelligent failures, coined by Professor Sim Sitkin at Duke University, suggests that when we learn from failure, growth and progress is the result. Successful people embrace failure to help them move through the rough spots more efficiently. Identifying mistakes as soon as possible and acknowledging them to others in their team can save time. Avoiding telling anyone about it might prove to be costly. Staying positive eliminates blame. There's nothing that slows you down more than being distracted by arguments and pointing fingers. Successful people don't waste time on drama. Making changes to improve the situation and taking precautions not to repeat the same mistakes can help things move forward more quickly. Successful people know that failure is inevitable, but when they detect mistakes, analyze and learn from it, and don't quit, they can move on and continue to work toward the goal. More mistakes will inevitably appear, but each time they cross one hurdle, they learn more about doing better next time. The secrets they know. The things that successful people learn from failure is what helps them to achieve even more. It may seem like a secret formula, but it's really not that mysterious. CEO and author Apuv Dubey stated, "The only thing that separates success from failure is one last attempt. Try one more time and you will get lucky." Failure is a stepping stone, not a permanent defeat. Successful people know that when mistakes and setbacks happen, it's just another opportunity to learn from. Perseverance, regardless of the obstacles they encounter, leads successful people to the goal of their choosing. They aren't looking for an easy road. They're looking for the road that leads them to where they want to go. And failure doesn't stand in their way. Ryan Holiday reminds us in his book, The Obstacle is the Way, that oftentimes the thing that stands in our way teaches us valuable lessons that can lead us to success. If you think you can do things perfectly and never fail, you may be in for a rude awakening. In fact, if you're doing things perfectly, without fail, you may actually be missing something. Prime Minister W.E. Gladstone once said, "No man ever became great or good except through many and great mistakes." So the next time you fail to meet an expectation and are tempted to throw in the towel, you might reconsider your next move. You may just find that the best approach could be to think like a successful person and embrace failure. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Picture yourself for a moment. It's 12:30 a.m. on the 1st of January. You and your friends are cooling off from the countdown and start thinking about the future. What goals do you have? Are they short or long term? How achievable are they? It's not just when setting New Year's resolutions either. We tend to focus on what the end goal looks like rather than the journey required to get there. It's all well and good picturing yourself in your new apartment or job, but not focusing enough on the small wins required to reach that stage could prove detrimental in the long run. After all, day-to-day life doesn't consist of big, life-changing actions. It's the grind, small, consistent actions that propel you towards bigger targets. So, to keep those in mind, it's worth remembering the difference between short-term and long-term gratification. Let's say your goal is to get in shape for the summer. It's challenging to turn down a delicious takeaway, for example, because the long-term gratification gained from choosing the healthy option is too far into the distance to perceive and benefit from. Short-term gratification, the taste and ease that comes with the takeaway, is immediate and therefore more desirable for your present self. In terms of goal setting, micro-goals are an excellent way of micro-dosing gratification. A win is a win. The feeling of achieving something in pursuit of an overarching goal helps you feel good in the short and long term. You're winning now and setting yourself up to win later. To put it plainly, everyone should have micro-goals in mind. Here's how small wins lead to big achievements. Increased motivation. As this video has already touched on, setting micro-goals is pivotal for motivation levels because of how achievable they are. Take your to-do list, for example. Although some daily tasks may not seem time-consuming, it's not uncommon for goals, however small, to be unfulfilled. So, whether you like it or not, you will encounter disappointment quite regularly, even if it's on a small or micro scale. By not taking a look at the daily actions you must take to reach a larger target, you're leaving a gaping hole of disappointment ready to swallow you up. Setting achievable goals allows you to manage your time more effectively. When you don't set yourself up for disappointment, you're effectively putting motivation in a recyclable chain. The more achievable the goal, the more likely you are to do it, and the more accomplished you'll feel. This is a gateway to increased motivation. Managing your goals and expectations allows you to trim down any excess time wasting and funnel that surplus into personal development. For example, when you look at the blueprint for a successful life filled with significant achievements, you'll find motivation everywhere. It's the fuel in the engine. The more you have, the further you will go. So, when it comes to goal setting, remember to make your goals actionable and, of course, in line with larger targets while still proving achievable. Testing yourself while consistently winning, even on a micro scale, is the perfect way to create long-lasting, sustainable motivation. Less daunting. Fear is one of the most significant reasons for people not succeeding with their life goals. We're often scared to face the reality of what needs to change, and understandably so. It's a scary, ever-changing world. Social media has also made it easier than ever to witness anyone and everyone's big life moments, so there feels a need to hit your goals and give yourself something to brag about. Seeing others' success is daunting by itself. Setting huge, non-specific goals is another league altogether. When you don't know the ins and outs of your goal, how you will contribute to it on a daily, micro level, it becomes more daunting and less achievable. A micro goal eliminates fear's place in your process because you can make small, regular wins. Imagine you wake up, gather your senses, and remember your big goals. Get X% body fat or launch a side hustle business, for example. Targets that are impossible to achieve in one day and are daunting to contemplate on a daily basis. It's hardly a desirable way to start the day. So to keep the dread down, keep it small and simple. More accurate tracking. By this point in the video, you probably have an idea as to why a lack of micro goals is damaging to your overall chances at success. Essentially, you don't want to lose yourself, wind up losing track of your progress, and potentially become dissociated with the end goal, all of which will set you much further back than intended. The further back your goal gets pushed, the less likely it is to ever be completed. Still, it needn't be that way. There are many benefits to setting and maintaining smaller goals in your life. One particular one that stands out is the ease at which you can track smaller goals. As this video has touched on, if a goal is too large, the necessary daily actions can feel somewhat pointless because the ultimate target does not provide the short-term gratification required for continued motivation. However, a smaller goal helps you monitor your progress. Let's use an example. Say you wanted to write a book. You have an idea, but the only goal you've set is to literally write a book. Every day you don't write anything may feel like you're falling further away from that goal, and any work you do complete risks falling into the chasm created by having a singular, colossal target. Put differently, nothing would feel worthwhile. To counterbalance this threat and keep track of where you're at, you could split the workload into pages or chapters. For example, complete rough draft of 10 pages or plan chapter 2. Simpler, smaller, better. Enhanced self-discipline. Confidence is a fickle thing. It comes and goes. But one thing is certain, completing tasks provides a sense of accomplishment like no other. That feeling of inward satisfaction is one of the joys of having micro goals. It's a snowball effect. As you achieve each micro goal, your confidence grows in your ability to see the larger goals come to fruition. Regularly seeking out that feeling is a breeding ground for self-discipline. By chasing that healthy winning feeling regularly, you're putting yourself in an arena where you must be at the top of your game consistently. That requires discipline to show up day in, day out. Watching this video is a form of discipline. You're trying to learn and understand the benefits of micro goal setting, potentially framing your mind for a more fruitful future. Of course, if you're self-disciplined, you're likely going to ensure your focus levels are up to scratch. Well, with micro goals, providing clarity on what you want to accomplish can lead to a deduction in success-reducing factors, such as distractions, procrastination, and indecision, because when the tasks aren't too daunting or unclear, it becomes easier to knuckle down and move forward. Many of the aforementioned traits are a result of dread and a lack of clarity, feelings you'll likely get from exclusively setting larger goals. Smaller goals make life feel more achievable, making it easier to focus. Small wins lead to big achievements. So, there you have it. There are a multitude of reasons why setting small, micro-level goals lead to big achievements. For starters, there's increased motivation brought about by the confidence-laden feeling derived from being able to tick items off your to-do list. Secondly, small goals make everything feel less daunting. When your daily tasks are achievable, it provides belief you can keep going and continue to pursue any larger goals in the long run. Then there's the ability to track your progress. Smaller goals keep you in the present and in line with your potential achievements. Finally, the increased sense of self-discipline that comes with ticking something off your list every day is crucial for long-term success. If there's anything to remember from this video, it's this quote from Chinese philosopher Confucius. The man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. One stone, one task, one goal at a time. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Do you ever wonder how you got where you are? Have you considered the circumstances and events that brought you to this point in your life? In his book, Between a Rock and a Hard Place, Aaron Ralston recounts the steps and choices he made that led him ultimately to a life-threatening situation that changed his life. If anything had been different, it could have resulted in an entirely different outcome. The world we live in has a sense of connectedness that we don't always notice, but when one thing happens, it always affects something else. Small changes may lead to much larger outcomes. The butterfly effect. In the 1960s, meteorologist and mathematician Edward Lorenz theorized something he called the butterfly effect while studying the way weather is predicted. While challenging the model currently being used, he determined that a small change can lead to vastly different outcomes. He used a butterfly as a symbolic representation of an unknown quantity or event, and theorized the now familiar term, the butterfly effect, where he stated that the flutter of a butterfly's wings in one part of the world could eventually cause a tornado somewhere else. The intention of this symbolic scenario is basically a matter of cause and effect. The idea is that things are interconnected, and small events can serve as a catalyst that act on starting conditions. The thought of a butterfly fluttering its wings having an effect that could produce a tornado in another place on the planet might be a stretch of the imagination, but the sequence of events that lead from a starting point to a magnified result can be remarkable. When you think back on your own life, what events and circumstances have brought you to where you are now? Do you think that if things were different, the results would be the same? Any small change growing up could have produced a huge difference in who you are now and how your life turned out. Even the people you encountered throughout the years could have been impacted by an interaction with you. Author Sarah Ban Breakneck wrote, "You have no idea of the countless lives you touch in the course of your lifetime." Small changes. So, if small changes can make huge ripples that can impact the results over time, what if you wanted to make intentional changes? What difference could you make in your life, or in the lives of others, simply by making one small change? For example, what if you made small changes to some of your daily habits? Getting up earlier each day is a small change, but could have a major impact, depending on how you spend that extra time. If you got up 15 minutes earlier each day and used that time to meditate, what effects might that have on your overall health? Would you be calmer? Would you think more clearly? Then would that affect other parts of your day? Would you feel less stressed in your relationships, or feel more clarity at work? And if so, would your relationships improve? Could you be more effective at work? Or take, for example, changing your eating habits. Making a decision to eat less processed foods could have a far-reaching effect on more than just your daily meal planning. It could lead to a new way of thinking about food, which could lead to better health. You might feel better and get inspired to write about it. Maybe you would meet other people with similar interests. Who knows where one small change in your diet might lead? Sometimes you may not even know what impact you've made. Take, for example, the power of actions. The power of a smile can have long-reaching effects. Just by smiling at a stranger, you might not ever know how that made a difference in that person's day, and the ripple effect it may have on more people as the day goes on. Smiling might also have an effect on the way other people respond to you, which could then attract better opportunities and positive interactions. A smile can turn your day around when you're going through a hard time, and change the subsequent actions that follow. Another similar gesture is acts of kindness. If you've ever had someone show you sympathy or help when you needed it, you might realize how much of an effect an act of kindness can have. The butterfly effect can be seen when someone does something nice for someone, and that act of being helpful is repeated again and again. The original kindness may not be related at all to the concurrent acts of kindness that ripple out from the first action, and you may never know how long it may continue to affect others along the way. But the first action acted as a catalyst that sent the energy out into the world, like the flap of the butterfly's wings. Community volunteering and making a difference in the lives of those around you can be another good example of the butterfly effect. Taking a first aid, CPR class, helping someone in a nursing home, or working at a soup kitchen are all changes that you could make in your life that could make a big difference not only in the lives of those you help, but in your own life as well. Many people have been surprised at the way their lives changed by making one small decision to do something. Author Sean Acor stated, "Each one of us is like that butterfly, and each tiny move toward a more positive mindset can send ripples of positivity through our organizations, our families, and our communities." What about the workplace? There is literally no part of your life that wouldn't be impacted by making small changes. By coming to work earlier, helping a co-worker with a project, learning a new skill that makes the job easier or more effective. You might set off a series of events that have productive outcomes. Many entrepreneurs have had a butterfly moment that led them to successful careers. For example, the creator of Velcro, George de Mistral, noticed burdock burrs that got stuck on his clothes and his dog as he walked through the woods. If he had not walked that way, he may never have made that discovery. This one small change in where he walked his dog had long-lasting implications over time. Sometimes the catalyst for change or discovery can be a stroke of luck and timing. Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz changed a small coffee company into a billion-dollar business from an inspiration he had on a trip to Milan. By observing the way the product was presented and served in the Italian coffee shops, he had ideas to change the way they did business when he got home. By taking that one trip, changes came about that made a huge impact, not only on Starbucks, but on the coffee culture in general. By making one small change, you could find yourself reaping benefits that you never imagined could be possible. You never know what catalyst may occur that will inevitably create an outcome of great magnitude. The way you think. How might things change if you change the way you believed about something? Great scientists studying the universe caused ripple effects of understanding and knowledge because they changed the way they viewed the science status quo. When astronomer Nicholas Copernicus discovered that everything revolved around the sun, this change in thought brought about a whole new understanding of the universe, which paved the way for modern astronomy. This one collective change in thinking created huge ripples of new discoveries and perceptions about the reality of our world. What might change if you opened your mind to other alternative opinions or beliefs? What small change could you make that could help you see a bigger picture? If one thing leads to another, and you could make a difference in the possible outcomes that could unfold, would you make a positive change? Since small changes can lead to bigger things, what actions might you take to create a better life and a better world? What choices would be the most important to you? What might be your butterfly moment? Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Most people have regular routines and habits they do each day. And most of the time, we do them without thinking too much about it. Things like getting out of bed in the morning and having coffee, brushing our teeth, and getting dressed are common habits we do without a lot of pre-planning. Habits are established by consistently connecting neural pathways in our brains that create strong bonds. According to research at Oxford University, the average adult has 41% fewer neurons than the average newborn baby. So why aren't babies smarter than adults? The answer to that question is in the process known as synaptic pruning. The brain prunes away connections it isn't using and builds up the ones it's using most often. So, although babies have plenty of potential, they haven't had time yet to create strong connections in all areas. Adults, on the other hand, have chosen specific connections they wish to strengthen and let some of the others go away. Behaviours become habits, and most of the time, habits become so ingrained in us that they become more or less automatic. The formula B equals M plus A plus P, behaviour equals motivation plus ability plus prompts, defines how habits form. A behaviour can become a habit by having the motivation to do something, having the ability to do it, having regular prompts that spur you to action. But just having random behaviours and habits doesn't necessarily bring you closer to a goal. What if your habits could be more intentional? How could we make them work in our favour? B.J. Fogg, director of the Behaviour Design Lab at Oxford University, created the term habit stacking as part of his Tiny Habits program. So, what is habit stacking, and how can it help you reach your goals more easily and in less time? What is habit stacking? Habit stacking is a way to use an already established habit and tie a new habit to it. When you attach a new habit to something you're already doing, it adds strength to the trajectory of your goal. A habit is something that is well established. It's something you do often, and usually without a lot of thought. So it's a perfect opportunity to use that prompt to trigger your next habit. Trying to create a new habit on its own can take a long time. But when you attach the next step to something you're already doing, you can begin making progress right away. For example, think of a habit you already do, like taking a shower. Then attach your new habit to the old one. Say, after I take a shower, I will, and fill in the blank. Maybe you want to start having your bedroom more orderly. Making your bed each day could be the next habit you want to cultivate. So now your phrase might read, after I take a shower, I will make my bed. Now the next habit is more of an extension of the first, and can be easily followed. Author James Clear wrote, "All big things come from small beginnings. The seed of every habit is a single, tiny decision." How to get started? Implementation intention is a similar means of habit stacking. This concept was introduced in 1999 by psychologist Peter Gollwitzer. It's a form of habit stacking using the if-then plan. For example, using this plan, you make a statement like, if situation happens, I will new behaviour. PhD Melissa Ming Foynes explains, in simple terms, an implementation intention is just a plan of when and where you will do something. She continues, with habit stacking, the current habit becomes a cue to engage in the new action. Fill in the blanks. After I, old habit, I will, new habit. It's simple. By using forethought to arrange the right combination of habits to attach to each other, you may find moving from one task to the next becomes a way to flow with ease. To begin, be specific about your goal. Rather than something vague like, after I get home, I will relax, try, after I get home from work, I will take off my shoes, sit in my favourite chair, and sip water for 5 minutes. It is recommended to start with a short goal of 2 to 5 minutes to start, and then expand if needed. It can be overwhelming to try to add too much at once. For example, if you want to add some exercise habits to your day, try adding 1 2 to 5 minute activity. Then, once that becomes comfortable and routine, you can add more, eventually reaching a half-hour workout. When planning how to start habit stacking, consider a few guidelines. Specify a behaviour you want to create as a habit. Figure out what small step you could take to move in that direction. Identify where an anchor occurs naturally in your life. Make a commitment to hold the new habit in place. Stacking similar habits. Make the new habit somewhat in the same gear as the old habit. Our brains don't like to switch focus that quickly, so stay in the same vein for best results. Stick with a similar topic. For example, read and then meditate. Do yoga and then go for a walk, rather than trying to clean the kitchen and journal for 5 minutes. This is where it helps to find the anchor, or motivating current habit to attach the new habit to. For example, if keeping the kitchen clean is a new goal for you, then the anchor might be that when you finish your morning coffee, old habit, you immediately wash your cup and put it away, new habit. By making the new habit related to the anchor habit, it becomes much easier to make it a continuation of something you're already doing. Avoid the pitfalls. Be realistic about when and how you will add new habits. If your house is chaotic and busy in the afternoons, it's probably not the best time to try adding meditation to your routine. Likewise, if you're not a morning person, don't overplan a schedule that isn't doable at that time of day when you're already pressed for time. Know yourself. If you try to force yourself to do something you really dislike and attach it to a previous habit, you may end up ditching the original habit just to avoid the new one. Make your new habit something you really want and can fit into your day. Being excited and motivated about the goals you choose and the habits you create to reach those goals can make a difference in whether or not you succeed. Be consistent. If you miss a day, get right back on track. Actions need to be repeated over and over to become habits. People often have good intentions but fail to act on them. If you want something to become a habit, be sure to stick with it. Benefits of successful habit stacking. Once you get the idea of stacking habits and understand the way it works, you can start to create a powerful method for reaching your goals. By using one habit to add a new one, you might find that the new habit becomes part of the daily plan quickly and easily. Benefits include smooth transitions. When you attach a new habit to an already established similar habit, you can move with ease between actions. Better success. When your new goal can be reached with less effort, you will likely see results in a shorter amount of time. More achievements. Once you have stacked one successful habit, you can add another one. Momentum to reach greater goals. Once you begin having success with one habit and move closer to your overall goal, you may feel inspired to do more. By breaking things down in small steps, it becomes more manageable. In his book, Atomic Habits, James Clear writes, "Small habits don't add up. They compound. That's the power of atomic habits. Tiny changes, remarkable results." Building powerful habits by habit stacking might just be the system you've been looking for. Once you learn the technique of connecting a new habit to something you're already doing, you may find you achieve your goals in less time than you ever imagined possible. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Confidence is much like the wind. It wields immense power and can sweep you away at a moment's notice, yet it can fall flat in an instant. Its speed and ferocity change day by day and can alter the way you live your life in small and dramatic ways. For instance, one day you may feel flat, only for a wave of confidence to wash through and propel you forward into a previously unanticipated state of being. Then there's the gentle breeze, a stable confidence that continually nudges you in the right direction. Much like the wind, confidence can dissipate at a moment's notice. And much like Mother Nature, acquiring and sustaining confidence is more complicated than it looks. Most of the problem resides in missing the confidence-damaging habits lodged into our lives, unbeknownst to us. Cutting them out is the best and most instant step you can take in the pursuit of self-confidence. While it may be difficult, a habit is called as such for a reason. Knowing what to avoid is somewhat easier than building a new habit from scratch. With that in mind, here are a few habits to avoid to help supercharge your confidence and take your life to the next level. 1. Comparing yourself to others. Comparing yourself to other people is perhaps one of the slippiest slopes to fall down. It can happen to anyone. And while you usually compare your life against people you know, such as friends and family, you can judge parts of yourself against certain characteristics of others. At university, for example, you may interact with a classmate who appears to have a more comprehensive understanding of the given text, and begin to examine your academic deficiencies against theirs. It happens. What matters is how you respond to the moment and change how you approach matters in the future. It's the comparison itself that does the damage. We all want to be the best version of ourselves possible. So when you see anything you want for yourself in someone else, it is so glaringly obvious it might as well be wearing a high visibility jacket. Too much of this ushers in feelings of jealousy, frustration, and hopelessness. Mind you, simply being aware you compare yourself to others is not enough these days. Social media consistently reminds us of what we lack and provides potential solutions right at our fingertips. This can be overwhelming for many. Above all, it's best to remember that whoever you're comparing yourself with, whether it's your best friend or the new guy at work, has their own journey and story. The very thing you're comparing yourself to might be a point of insecurity for them, and, who knows, they may even be jealous of you. The point is, it's best to not get bogged down in someone else's life. It can hurt your feelings and is not an effective way of seeing what you need to fix in your life. 2. Dwelling on mistakes. The human memory system is a wondrous yet frustrating entity. One day you forget your deadline. The next you're shown a situation from 4 years ago where you wish you'd reacted differently. Before you know it, a cringe-filled wince spreads across your face and you're painfully reminiscing on what you did wrong. Situations where you wish you'd not missed something a partner said or wish you'd made yourself heard at work. Dwelling on such mistakes often leads to overthinking, something the Harvard Business Review calls rumination. In their words, a ruminative reaction to an event often triggers memories of similar situations from the past and an unproductive focus on the gap between the real and ideal self. Prompted by this one event, you begin to chastise yourself for not being more of something: organized, ambitious, smart, disciplined, or charismatic. In other words, when you ruminate, you begin critiquing yourself, creating an unfair comparison between your realistic, actual self and your idealistic, hypothetical self. The division within is a graveyard for confidence. Nitpicking situations you can do nothing about makes it challenging to perceive your good moments, the ones that build your confidence up, at all, as the negative ones are constantly ruminating in your head. 3. Worrying about things you can't control. We all want to feel as in control of our lives as possible. We choose the food we eat, clothes we wear, people we see, and if possible, the career we choose. There's choice on a micro scale too. We choose our individual processes for everything: how we have our toast, the driving style we use, and our morning routines, for example. Controlling feels empowering. It is. It gives you leverage over the external world and instills an intrinsic belief that the more we control, the more we understand. Understanding breeds confidence. It does, however, work both ways. Worrying about things you can't control is a surefire path to a lack of confidence. You're essentially wasting energy on a train of thought that's impossible to catch, waiting for a slither of confidence-boosting control you won't get. It's energy-consuming. Only worrying about what you can control will free up time and conserve the all-important energy needed for a confidence-laden existence. 4. Perfectionism. Let's say you're writing an important email. You spend time meticulously crafting each word, formulating the best sentences, and ensuring no stone is left unturned. But there's something wrong. The magnitude of the email hangs over your head. You know there's no margin for error, so instead of accepting you've done your best, which is probably enough, you tinker over and over again. That is perfectionism. The inability to accept finality and move on in fear of imperfection. You'd think someone known to strive for perfection above all else would be a confident person. They only accept the best and nothing else. While such an attitude breeds a high quality of work, it's also a double-edged sword. If you can't accept that something can be finished, that perfection might never be reached, then it's challenging to build any kind of long-lasting confidence. Confidence is built on the back of tasks you've completed. More often than not, it's the unsuccessful attempts you learn from the quickest. Failure breeds progress. Regardless, you can't build up a daily catalogue of completed tasks if you're unable to move on because of perfectionism. To build confidence, you need to build yourself up. Accept that your best is as perfect as it can be. 5. Improper maintenance of your goals. Goals are universal. We all have them, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from eating your 5 a day to moving into a new house. You name it, someone probably wants it. It's all well and good having goals, but without proper maintenance, they can prove debilitating for building self-confidence. Let's say your big goal is to write a book. You don't break it down into smaller, more manageable chunks, so there is no way of knowing if you're on the right trajectory. You then get lost in the seemingly never-ending amount of work left and lose track of your progress. In this scenario, and all others like it, a lack of maintenance leads to dissociation from the goal at hand. It's important to make sure your goals are trackable. In pursuit of your goals, completing smaller checkpoints provides a sense of accomplishment that allows you to supercharge your confidence. Of course, it can be difficult to identify these habits, if you possess them, let alone cut them out and avoid them altogether. More to the point, you won't magically turn yourself into the most confident person in the world as a result. Confidence can come and go, but the key is to find a way to make it sustainable, to pick yourself up with the assurance that you can and will go again. That happens when you know which habits to avoid. By removing yourself from situations and environments that potentially damage your confidence, you're giving yourself the best possible platform to build and supercharge your confidence. Remember, it can be fickle. Accomplishments will come and go, but what you avoid is firmly within your grasp. All you need to know is where to look. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Have you heard the notion that humans use only 10% of their brains? It's a common theory, but actually it isn't really true. The average human brain is full and actively engaged with all of its parts. However, that doesn't mean it's unable to do more. By creatively adapting new pathways through skills, knowledge, and experiences, you may find hidden potential you never knew existed. But how do you do that? Isn't your brain already busy enough? Well, yes. The brain never stops doing its job in some capacity. Even during sleep, the brain is refreshing and processing the information it's taken in. The human brain has approximately 100 billion neurons. It's basically the control center of everything we think, do, and say. By sending and receiving chemical and electrical signals throughout the body, our brain keeps us alive and helps us experience our world both inside and out. Science can tell us what parts of the brain are associated with certain thoughts and actions. For example, the cerebrum, brainstem, cerebellum, and cerebral cortex all have specific functions. The brain is divided into 2 hemispheres that communicate with each other through an organ called the corpus callosum. Many other glands and organs complete our amazing brains and allow us to experience our human existence. Yes, it's complicated and very, very busy. But that's the beautiful thing about it. It loves to be busy, and if you don't give it enough to do, it often starts to ruminate thoughts just to have something to think about. The untapped potential is the ability of your brain for growth and adaptation. New pathways can be created. So, even though your brain is always active, there's always room for more. The question is, how do you make those new connections? As you search for the path to your unleashed genius, the answer might be hiding in plasticity. What's plasticity got to do with it? Neuroplasticity is the way the brain is able to reorganize pathways and create new connections. Neuro refers to neurons, and plasticity refers to the brain's ability to change. Functionally, the brain can move some tasks from a damaged part of the brain to an undamaged area. Structurally, it can change physically as a result of things like learning. The brain's ability to grow and change is one of its most amazing features. To get the best out of your brain, you need to treat it well. You might not have given much thought to it, because the brain just does its job without much exertion on our part. But there are things you can do to keep your brain in the best shape possible. Exercise is one of the best things you can do to promote a healthy brain. At least 2.5 hours of moderately intense cardio is recommended each week for most people. Walking, strength training, and yoga are some other activities that can fill in the spaces between heavier workouts. A sedentary lifestyle can diminish your brain's capacity to perform well. So remember to get up and get moving for optimal brain health. Good restful sleep. Turn off your cell phone and other electronics at least an hour before going to sleep. Use calming techniques like meditation or slow breathing to relax your body at bedtime. Having a room that is clear of clutter, lights, and outside noise can create an environment conducive to peaceful sleep, along with a regular sleep routine. Laughter and enjoying social time allows you to relax, which produces chemicals in your brain that induce happiness and relaxation. Minimize or avoid stress as much as possible. Laughter and fun can be good for your brain, but chemicals produced by stress can be harmful. So choose your thoughts and activities carefully. Eat good, healthy food. You know the old saying, garbage in, garbage out. Your brain will be affected by what you put into your body, so be mindful of what you consume. You really are what you eat. Do you want to be a juicy peach or a sugary, fat-filled donut? How you treat your brain is key to finding your hidden potential and genius status. Your brain is ready and willing to take you there, but it's up to you to find the way. Train the brain. So how do you find your way to the holy grail of hidden potential? Train the brain. Anything that stretches your mind above your familiar routine and makes the brain work at something new is a step in the right direction. Boosting your cognitive abilities and mental agility are helpful tools in making new connections. Brain training exercises are a great starting point. Crossword puzzles, jigsaw puzzles, and word games are all great brain builders. Play games. Card games and games that involve other people are a double win. You get some social time as well. Learn a new language or learn to play an instrument. Take a class. Do you like to cook? Want to know more about a hobby? Build a model, knit, learn a new computer skill. Working your memory is another way to train your brain. The University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences recommends memory techniques that may help. Organize information into an outline and highlight important points. Use the chunking method, which involves grouping similar things together. Make associations, like remembering someone's name with a color or object. Mnemonics are a fun way to remember certain facts or bits of information. For example, to recall the lines in a treble clef, use the phrase, "Every good boy does fine." The first letter of each word corresponds to the notes of each line, E, G, B, D, F. Likewise, the spaces between can be remembered by using the word face, F-A-C-E. As you find your way down the path of greater mental agility, you'll most likely have less brain fog, increased awareness, and energy. When you stay on this path, you may find your hidden potential rising. Unlock your genius with creativity. The brain is made for creativity. You might say you don't have the time or energy to be creative, but when you think about it, you're creating all the time. One great catalyst for creation is boredom. Allowing your mind to become bored can spark creativity. In her book, Big Magic, author Elizabeth Gilbert wrote, "The universe buries strange jewels deep within us all, and then stands back to see if we can find them." Brainstorming is another way to help your thoughts flow. Write down all the things you can think of when looking for something new to do or learn, or when trying to solve a problem. Often, one idea will lead to another. Even if it seems impossible, write it down. When you embrace curiosity and try looking at things with a new perspective, you become open to new ideas. Overcome your limiting beliefs. Believing in yourself is important when you've put your sights on the next level. There may be times of discouragement, but don't allow doubt to cloud your vision. You are most likely closer to success than you think. Reframe negative thoughts by changing the way you look at challenges. If your brain is telling you something is too hard, you can reframe that thought by telling yourself that it may be difficult, but you can do it. When you continue to take action, step by step, you gain confidence and competence. Ignore negative self-talk. Remember how far you've come and don't give up. There will be setbacks in any new endeavor, but that's not the time to quit. Learn from mistakes and failure, because these two travel companions lead you to better understanding. A failed attempt is just a signpost that lets you know you took the wrong turn. Athlete Travis Rice said, "We'll never know our full potential unless we push ourselves to find it." The hidden potential of your brain is like buried treasure, just waiting for you to discover it. When you create new neural pathways through learning, growth, and adaptation, you may find yourself becoming more of who you are meant to be. You never know what genius awaits you until you take the first step and try something new. Wake up your brain and discover the secrets of your hidden potential. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. What do you think of when you hear the words iron discipline and unwavering willpower? Superheroes? Some guys at the gym? A trusted mentor? Such qualities of great strength, endurance, and self-control can often seem out of reach. It might seem as if it's something others are able to achieve, but may be too hard to find for ourselves. If you're looking outside of yourself, you may struggle to find what you're looking for, because those qualities come from within. You're probably already aware of the benefits of discipline and willpower. You already have a sense that you want to develop it. You already know what it looks like. But it may seem unattainable. Well, it's not. It's about making yourself accountable. It's about being totally honest with yourself. Retired Navy SEAL David Goggins said, "The most important conversation is the one you have with yourself." So maybe it's time to call it like it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't hide from it. It's work. It's dedication. It's mind and action together with solid principles and integrity. Are you ready? Start with basic discipline. Starting with everyday habits and routines is the first step. It may seem like the things you do daily are not significant when you have big goals of iron discipline and unwavering willpower. But starting small is more important than you might think. In his book, Make Your Bed, Admiral William McRaven wrote, "Make your bed every morning, and you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride and encourage you to do another task and another." He continues, "Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right." Even your eating habits can be a small but significant decision that may impact your health and daily routine. A consistent diet of healthful foods can establish discipline and provide an opportunity to develop ongoing willpower. When you start with small steps, you make progress toward bigger goals. Set goals that are clear and specific. You can't be disciplined if you don't have something in sight to achieve. Picture your goal at all times. Visualize it. Believe it. Know that the outcome is going to be dependent on what you're doing now, and stick to that plan. What's your purpose? So how do you choose a goal? You don't want to just choose some random thing that doesn't mean much to you, or what you think everyone else is doing. Having a personal goal that reflects your core values is a good place to start. Ask yourself why you want to do this. Think about what makes you want to get out of bed in the morning. Set goals with a strong, emotionally charged purpose. When you attach your goal to something meaningful, you are more likely to achieve it. For example, If working out at the gym is your goal, ask yourself why you want to do that. If it's because it makes you look cool, or somebody told you to do it, that's not a good reason. It won't carry you very far, and you'll get bored with it. But if it's because you want to be strong and healthy so you can do things you love to do, that's another story. Likewise, if you're doing it because you want to set a good example for your kids, watch them grow up, and show them what determination looks like, then you have an emotional component to it. On his podcast, Norse Mentality, Andy Lewis suggests that you make the possibility of failure so epic that you will succeed at all costs. When you have that emotional attachment to the outcome, it might give you an extra boost of support to keep going, even when it's difficult. As you progress and become successful on a regular basis, you'll start seeing more benefits. You may feel better, look better, and develop more confidence. The logic of willpower. Continuing toward your goal and being consistent with your daily routines and habits can be hard at times, but staying on course will mean the difference between failure and success. Let's say it's 5 a.m. and your alarm clock goes off. Are you going to count on feeling like getting up? Your brain's job is to try and keep you comfortable. It's going to want to sleep a little longer. It might tell you to try again tomorrow. But don't listen to it. Take control of your brain. Embrace discomfort and focus on long-term benefits. Willpower is a matter of logic and good sense. When you do something because it's the right thing to do, even if you don't especially feel like it at the moment, you're using willpower. For example, you may not always feel like brushing your teeth or washing dishes, but you do it because it makes sense. You'll see long-term benefits when you take care of yourself. The same is true when you apply that same logic to working out or doing a job. You don't need to overthink it. Just do it. If it aligns with your long-term goals for your life and your health, then you can override any obstacle or challenge. You do what you need to do because that's your policy. Strengthening willpower through self-control exercises can also be helpful. Taking control of your impulses, even for short periods, can build willpower and help you push through uncomfortable feelings. For example, taking a cold shower can build stamina to endure physical discomfort. Or, if that's too extreme, try switching the water to cold for 30 seconds at the end of the shower. Even small milestones can help strengthen willpower and cultivate mental resilience. Tell yourself, one more step when you're struggling to keep going. Just one more step. Take it one step at a time, and eventually you'll get to the top. Christoph Shelby, personal trainer and powerlifter, explains how to level up by using the law of progressive overload. He stated that when you push yourself farther than your comfort level, you gain momentum to do even more. When what you're doing becomes easy, you can move up to the next level. This technique can apply to both mental and physical goals. Eliminate victim mentality. Chronic complaining doesn't solve anything. You may have had hard times. Most people do. But it's up to you to move past it. Using self-awareness can help sort out your feelings and get a better perspective. One way to do that is to get the energy moving, whether physically or mentally. Writing in a journal can get things flowing. Write it down. Keep writing till you get it all out. And then reread it later and see if you still feel the same way. On another paper, write down what you can do about it. Self-sabotage can be a detriment to confidence and discipline. Be your own best friend. Don't listen to any negative self-talk. Use self-awareness to identify problems and then do something about it, including getting professional help if needed. Make it your default mode. When you first started thinking about what changes you wanted to make in your life, you may have originally been motivated by frustration or disappointment. Those are two contributing factors that often bring people to the point of starting something new. But it's important not to stay in that state of mind. Allow your catalysts to initiate change and then move forward with a positive attitude. Once you develop good habits and routines, identify passionate goals and take charge of your self-talk. then iron discipline and unwavering willpower can become your default position. Make it your core personality and model of behavior. You do what you do because it's who you are now. Greek philosopher Heraclitus wrote, "Day by day, what you choose, what you think, and what you do is who you become." Who will you become? Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Productivity guides are a hot commodity. If you're a productive worker, you'll likely get commended. After all, the more work you produce, the more valuable you are, right? While that may be true in a lot of ways, productivity isn't just for business purposes. A productive person isn't merely the employee of the month. They're productive in every sense of the word. A productive friend shows up when needed. A productive partner listens and plans dates. A productive person looks out for themselves and ensures they're not slacking when it comes to self-care. Yes, a lack of productivity in a work environment is not a favourable position to be in. Looking further, if you're not actively working to improve your life, whether that's via self-betterment or relationships, it can lead to a lack of self-esteem and dwindling confidence. These traits help make productivity a formidable yet sustainable presence in your life. So their absence is potentially very damaging in any pursuit of a long-term goal. To ensure productivity remains a constant in your life, you need simple but clearly defined techniques. Think of them as checkpoints, reminders, perhaps, that provide a sense of achievement and clarity for continued productive success moving forward. Setting clear goals and priorities. From the outset, the manner in which you set your goals and priorities is critical in building and maintaining productivity. To ensure you're operating in alignment with what's best for you, stick with the SMART, SMART principle for goal setting. You may be familiar with it, but for those that aren't, here's a quick rundown using the example of wanting to read more. Specific. I want to read more is a worthwhile goal, but it certainly isn't specific enough. Without specificity, the goal can feel endless. Try, I will read one chapter every 2 days, to start. Measured. A goal needs to be measured so it can be tracked. If you are unable to track progress, it is easy to become disillusioned with the goal at hand. In this instance, a good measure is how many pages or chapters you've read. This data can be reviewed and any goal adjusted accordingly. Achievable. Fairly self-explanatory. If your goal isn't clearly achievable, then it's going to feel increasingly demoralizing. In this instance, I want to read 3 books in the next 12 months is a much more achievable target. Relevant. The goal you set should match your values and desired life trajectory. Time-bound. As mentioned previously, providing a time frame for your goal helps keep you grounded and aligned with your targets. SMART, SMART goals, will help steer you towards a more productive place because they are a focused, measured way of keeping you on track. When everything is aligned correctly, it becomes much easier to go after life and get things done. Time management techniques. Once you've set the right-minded goals, it's time to go after them. How do you do that? Exactly. Well, it all starts with time management techniques. After all, the most productive people are able to categorize and maximize every task and minute they have on any given day. When you know how your time will be filled, it's easier to focus. Think of it as streamlining your computer. The more tabs you have open, the slower it will operate. Focused time will free up space for maximum efficiency. So, without further ado, let us begin. The Eisenhower Matrix. One popular one is the Eisenhower Matrix. Coined by Dwight D. Eisenhower, rest assured this system has been tried and tested. As a 5-star general spearheading the Allied forces in World War II, and later as president, Eisenhower didn't have any time to waste. To manage his life as efficiently as possible, he split his tasks into 4. Urgent and important. Tasks you will do immediately. Important but not urgent. Tasks you will schedule to do later. Urgent but not important. Tasks you will delegate to someone else. Neither urgent nor important. tasks that you will eliminate. If you want to make it a little simpler, try splitting your tasks into 3 sections: must do, should do, and bonuses. It's all about prioritizing your time for optimal productivity. Essentially, cut out the time and mental energy it takes to switch between states of being. The 80-20 rule, Pareto principle. The 80-20 rule, otherwise known as the Pareto principle, is one of the most popular time management techniques. Asana helps explain what it means. 20% of a plant contains 80% of the fruit. 80% of a company's profits come from 20% of customers. 20% of players result in 80% of points scored. The idea is that out of your entire task list, completing 20% of those tasks will result in 80% of the impact you can create for that day. So, in order to get the most impact done, identify which tasks have the most impact for your team and focus on those for the day. In your everyday life, try listing out every task that needs completing in a single day and select which of those is the most significant, i.e., has the most impact. As is the theme here, doing this enables you to adequately prioritize your time. As mentioned earlier in this video, productivity doesn't just revolve around your work. If you're looking to productively improve yourself or your relationships, the Pareto principle can still be applied. Simply write out the things you need to work on and figure out which has the biggest impact. Sometimes the smallest tasks have the most significant ripples in your life. So just because it won't take a lot of effort, don't disregard it. Productivity is all about efficiency, after all. Building effective systems and routines to boost productivity. Us human beings crave routine. It centers us and enables us to build healthy habits, lower stress, feel in control, and improve confidence. Productivity is destabilized when we are. If you don't have a morning routine, for example, it's easy for things to go wrong. You're left wasting time with decisions that a routine makes for you, such as what to eat, your commute, or what to wear. Predetermining those factors saves physical and mental energy, which can be funneled into whatever you need to do the next day. A productive person is an organized one. Making healthy choices for your future self will not only maximize your time, but encourage gratitude between the different versions of yourself. For instance, if you lay out your clothes and make your lunch the night before, your future self will look back on your current self with admiration and will want to continue that feeling moving forward. Enhancing focus by minimizing distractions. What is the number one killer of focus? Yes, it's a distraction. You could be settling into a groove, 500 words deep, when the neighbor's dog starts incessantly barking, or your phone buzzes with an exciting new notification. In our increasingly plugged-in society, distractions are never far away. Keeping them at bay is critical to maintaining a high level of productivity. Of course, it's almost inevitable you'll succumb at some point. Completely shutting distractions out of your life is not sustainable. So instead of blocking everything forever, allocate time to be distracted. Select a time, a break perhaps, when you purposefully go on your phone or watch TV. This enables you to pivot 100% of your time toward a productive outcome, as you're giving some direction and purpose to typically time-consuming and work-eating activities. As a result, you don't need to constantly switch back into a productive brain. The whole process is productive instead. It's all about building productivity-based, healthy habits. To build a productive life, you must first build a productive brain. That starts when you focus on a few things, as this video has explained. If you take anything away from this video, let it be this. Productivity will come naturally when you focus on your goals and time management. Goal setting provides a destination. Time management is the roadmap. As touched on earlier, productivity is typically associated with the workplace. Looking at it in a broader sense, however, is important to remember. When you strive to be a productive person in every sense of the word, rest assured the results will come flooding in. The key is to ensure you're not wasting any time with poor decisions and ill-fated means. Remember, a productive person puts their future self first. When you are rejected, resilience is there. When life goes wrong at all, guess what? The resilience within picks you up, ready to fight another day. It's found in the gritty, everyday situations you encounter on a daily basis, whether that's forcing yourself out of bed or finding your seats in a dark cinema room. It takes inner strength to do what you need to do, let alone achieve success and happiness. Success and happiness are quantified in different ways. Success may derive from reaching career goals, and happiness could come in the form of meaningful relationships. Whatever it is, the ability to rely on resilience lies at the core. As a result, it mustn't be neglected. Building a resilient brain helps you overcome obstacles and thrive in life because it allows you to make risky decisions and take risks, all with the knowledge that no matter what happens, you will be okay. Acquiring that isn't as easy as it seems, but not impossible. Resilience, after all, is a skill you can learn, not necessarily an inherent personality trait. As is the case with anything you want to improve, merely thinking about it isn't enough. It requires precise, forward-thinking actions. Some of the tips in this video may seem simple and relatively easy to achieve, but this is just the start. Resilience comes from within. Not yet, instead of I can't. From a grammatical perspective, the difference between not yet and I can't is as clear as day. One is fairly open-minded, the other is categorical. When building resilience, adopt a not yet mindset instead of I can't. Let's say you're rejected from a job. While the email or call you receive may be sugar-coated with well wishes and potential future opportunities, they're essentially telling you, I can't give you the job. No matter how open-minded you are, sometimes, a lot of the time, that's as far as you will get. It's the mindset you receive and respond to the news with that matters. For example, just because you were told you can't have the job, that doesn't mean you aren't employable. It doesn't diminish your skill set or make you unworthy of working in your chosen field. It simply means it wasn't the right place for you at this moment in life. It's easy to fall down that rabbit hole because I can't feels so definitive. However, responding to disappointment with a not yet mindset is to know that not getting the job isn't exclusively because of anything lacking, but because it simply wasn't the right fit. It's that inward resilience, the feeling of security, embracing the disappointment as an opportunity for growth, as setbacks and failure often are. To put it simply, resilience is the ability to pick yourself up when something doesn't go your way, dust yourself off, and try again. It's knowing that failure isn't infinitely negative. Its ceiling for insight and improvement is higher than you think. Emphasize effort and progress over perfection. Resilience is built up over time. As you face trials and tribulations throughout life, you learn how to react to difficult situations and what helps you move forward into the next chapter. You find resilience in success and failure, but none of it can happen if you aren't able to finish something and move on to the next. In other words, not everything you do needs to be perfect. Perfectionists will struggle with accepting completion as they endlessly tinker with their work and touch up every detail. Dr. Brené Brown explains further. Perfectionism is not the same thing as striving to be our best. Perfectionism is not about healthy achievement and growth. It's a shield. While striving for perfection may seem like a trait of success, it can have the opposite effect. As Dr. Brown says, it's a shield, protecting the perfectionist from any chance of disappointment. This is precisely why it's crucial to emphasize effort and progress over perfection. To put it into context, imagine this. Two people are looking to build a blog. Writer 1 is committed to writing high-quality work and regularly publishing. Writer 2 is also devoted to writing professional-grade work, taking as much time as needed to create an immaculate first post. Two writers committed to top-class writing, but with one very big difference. Writer 1's ability to move on puts them in a position to learn from mistakes and become a better wordsmith, thus providing the necessary tools for growing a blog. On the other hand, Writer 2 isn't as comfortable with hitting publish. A lack of publishing makes it more difficult to build a blog and improve writing skills. Writer 1 can build resilience. Through emphasizing effort and progress, you gain all-important resilience. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Before this point, there was a time in your life when attaining the things you have now would have seemed an insurmountable climb. The most challenging of challenges come in our most defining moments, whether you're moving to a new city, meeting new people, or simply committing to improving yourself. However, without those challenges, there would be no room for growth. And if there's no room for growth, then there's less opportunity to build resilience. But what does challenging yourself look like? Anytime you feel you're stepping out of your comfort zone, that's a challenge. It comes in all shapes and sizes, significant life moments, as mentioned previously, or smaller scale milestones, such as quitting smoking or going for a walk every day. It's an opportunity to learn more about yourself. How do you feel challenging yourself? How are your body and mind responding? Gathering this knowledge is key data for resilience building, and as such, overcoming obstacles and thriving in life. Strengthening the brain's resilience. It's all well and good telling yourself to embrace new challenges and avoid perfectionism, but it can sometimes prove difficult to access tangible steps in any self-improvement quest, let alone resilience. If you feel that a more specific plan may help, here are some helpful tips on building your brain's resilience. A. Practicing stress management techniques. Exercises, such as deep breathing and mindfulness, through meditation, are useful, resilient tools you can use at a moment's notice. Moreover, knowing you have protection against disappointment, anxiety, and stress is a powerful confidence booster. B. Regular physical exercise. We don't need to break down the thousands of studies that highlight the physical and mental benefits of regular physical exercise here. But it's worth noting exercise's place in building resilience. The more active you are, the more confident you'll feel in your skin. Confidence breeds resilience. C. Stimulate the brain with cognitive activities. Your brain sharpness is reflected in how quick and steadfast it is in protecting itself. While physical exercise helps with your mentality, the brain needs more stimulation than anywhere else. Keep things ticking over with puzzles, reading, or even learning a new language. It may sound simple, but forming an actionable plan with specific tasks helps keep track of your improvement. These steps will lay the groundwork for when your resilience is properly tested. Think of these tips as the brawn behind the brain. Building resilience is possible for anyone. Admitting you need to work on yourself is a resilient trait in itself. Knowing you need to strengthen your defenses is no mean feat and is something you should commend yourself for. This video is a starting point. On that, let's recap how you can build resilience to overcome obstacles and thrive. For starters, look into your mindset. Are you a not yet or an I can't kind of person? The former is an open-minded individual. They know that just because you don't meet the requirements for your goals now, you can improve and come back another day. Then there's choosing to embrace effort over chasing perfection. Resilience can't grow without progress, and that means accepting your best no matter how you feel. Remember, progress is progress. On a similar note, a resilient person must embrace new challenges and the effort that comes with them, perhaps in the form of new exercises and mental tasks, or bigger milestones such as moving house and quitting smoking. Resilience requires experience. It takes time to build, so stick with it and learn as much about yourself as you can. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Failure is inevitable. It's going to happen, and it's probably more common than you think. If you haven't experienced some form of failure in your life, you probably haven't stepped too far outside of your comfort zone. Since failure is something that happens to everyone at some point, you may find some degree of comfort knowing you're not alone. But if failure is so common, Why does it feel so big? Why is failure so hard to accept? Well, maybe it's not so much the failure itself, but the fear of it. Maybe it's so difficult because of all of the emotions associated with it. If you're afraid of failing, expecting it, ruminating about it, focusing on it, you may be suffering more than you need to. Fear of failure is like a brick wall, holding you back from reaching your goals on the other side. The greatest mistake you can make in life is to be continually fearing you will make one. Reframe your fear. What are you really afraid of? Are you concerned about what people will say if you fail? Are you afraid you might lose your job? Are you afraid of never achieving a long-term dream? Try to identify your emotions around the thoughts of failure. Everyone views failure differently. It's often very personal and can affect your feelings of self-worth and confidence. For example, not getting the job, not meeting a deadline, or failing to obtain a cherished dream can often result in feelings of shame, guilt, or discouragement. When you fail to meet an expectation, it can be disappointing, or even painful. It can affect your motivation to continue to try again. But changing the way you think about the situation might help. Businessman Steve Jobs once stated, "Fear of failure falls away in the face of death." When you think about what's really important in the big picture of life, you might start to look at failure in another way. Rather than something to be feared, you may be able to see it as part of the process. Failure can often bring about new opportunities, alternative methods, and second chances. For example, you might find that the job you didn't get gave you time to review your skills and find something that is better suited to you. If you didn't meet the deadline for a project, use it as a teachable moment, spotlighting the areas where you need to improve. Failure can happen for many reasons. Maybe you didn't have the right tools or experience. Maybe it was a matter of something out of your control. Maybe you neglected to make the most of your time and energy. Try making an assessment of what went wrong, and then see how you can reframe the situation into something positive. By thinking about what failure means to you, you might find that instead of a debilitating crisis, it can become a stepping stone for greater success. By not taking it personally, you may find yourself stronger, wiser, and more able to do better next time. Fear and excitement can be two sides of the same coin. Fear of failure can be scary, but do what you need to do anyway. Reframe fear into excitement, nervousness, or the unknown, and then do your best. Visualize success. Fear can creep into your best laid plans. Doubt, worry, and procrastination can wreak havoc if you let them. When fear of failure is knocking at your door, your best bet might be to ignore it. Training your brain to think positive thoughts can be a helpful tool to dispel the fear of failure. Catch your negative self-talk and say to yourself, "Delete." Immediately redirect your thinking to something else that reinforces a positive outcome. By holding only positive thoughts about your goal, you will be more likely to succeed. For example, some athletes have used mental imagery techniques to improve their skills and enhance their physical performance. According to research at the US Olympic Training Center in Colorado, over 90% of their athletes used imagery in their sport. By vividly imagining the actions taken in an event and visualizing mastery and success, they could improve their competitive skills. Visualization can be done in many different ways. Some techniques involve putting together a vision board. Gather pictures and words that depict the goal you are working toward and put them together in a collage. Put it somewhere that will be seen often. Notes and cards that have inspirational thoughts written on them can also be helpful to keep you in the mindset of fearless momentum. Another example of visualization is through meditation. Picture yourself reaching your goal. Be clear and specific, encompassing as many of your physical senses as possible to bring clarity and focus to your visualization. Put yourself in the center of the scene, rather than viewing it as an outsider. When you visualize the event through your own eyes, instead of watching it happen like in a movie, your brain perceives it as if it's really happening to you. Inventor Henry Ford stated, "Obstacles are those frightful things you see when you take your eyes off your goal." Surround yourself with supportive people. People have an inner drive for community. From the earliest times of human development, it was important to live and interact with other humans. Our safety and survival depended on it. So it makes sense that we surround ourselves with people who mirror our own best interests. Real friends and trusted associates can make all the difference in how you handle fear when trying to accomplish something. For example, if you know you can count on someone to help you when needed, you can feel more secure in knowing you have a safety net. People that will cheer you on when you're struggling can help you to keep going when things get difficult. Equally, knowing you can count on people to give you true and constructive feedback when you need advice can help you navigate the confusing or rocky terrain. Having someone remind you why you want to accomplish a certain goal and encouraging you not to give up can lend extra support to help you to the finish line. The old saying, "A burden shared is a burden halved," is a reminder that things can be easier when you have someone to help you through it. Failing at something isn't nearly as scary when you have supportive people around to help you see what went wrong and how to do better next time. Take action. Artist Vincent van Gogh was quoted as saying, "What would life be if we had no courage to attempt anything?" Fear of failure can make you feel stuck or even make you afraid to try at all. But action can help break through the wall of fear that is holding you back. Taking action shows you that progress is happening. For example, start with small steps that can bring results to boost your confidence and feel successful. Each time you complete a step, feelings of success can grow, while feelings of fear decrease. Focus on progress, not perfectionism. And remember that even if you fail along the way, you can always adjust your plans and keep trying. Albert Einstein said, "Failure is success in progress." As long as you're moving forward, you haven't failed. You can visualize a goal or dream, but it's when you take action to achieve it that the possibility becomes real. Take calculated risks. Don't be foolish, but rise above what's just a safe bet. Learn from failure. Embrace failure. It's going to happen, so resisting never makes it better. Know that there will be failures, but also successes. Keep it in perspective and learn from your mistakes. Entrepreneur Malcolm Forbes stated, "Failure is success if we learn from it." Failure can help you to make better decisions next time and improve future outcomes. Life is not perfect. It's going to have ups and downs. But failure is not the end. It's the balance that keeps you on track to thrive with humility, wisdom, and courage. So celebrate your successes and learn from your failures. When you break through the fear of failure, a world of possibilities are waiting for you. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. "365 days, 52 weeks, 12 months. You can split the calendar year in all manner of ways. There are holidays galore, seasonal change, and so much more besides. October, the 10th month of the year, sits in a unique position. Autumn is well and truly alive. Summer is in the rear view mirror, and Christmas isn't too far away. A period for reflection and forward-thinking inspection. Oh, and Halloween. October is a good time to take note of everything that has happened in the 9 months prior, while also cultivating a mind toward the future. The holiday season isn't too far away, so while Christmas lists are just around the corner, it's time to focus on your journey. So, without further ado, here is a checklist for all things self-improvement as we move into the last quarter of the year. 1. Review and reflect on annual goals. Before we plough ahead toward one of the busiest periods of the year, let us first take a trip down memory lane. Cast your eye back towards the run-up to New Year's Eve. You likely created a series of resolutions, or at least some general targets you wanted to achieve this year. You may have shared them with your friends and family. Now, time for a harsh question. How many of them have you achieved? If the answer is all of them, great! Keep going. If not, don't worry. That is perfectly normal, as research has found that 80% of people give up their New Year's resolution by the second week of February. Such a high rate of failure indicates people need to both set more realistic expectations of themselves and work out how to continue their goals throughout the year. As we enter the final quarter of the year, it makes sense to assess your progress. Look back at the goals you set at the beginning of the year. Assess what you have accomplished and what still needs attention. This can be done with a simple list. From there, you can adjust your plans accordingly to ensure you aren't overloading with unrealistic expectations, but also giving yourself targets that satisfy the hunger within. Before we move to the next item on this checklist, it's important to remember that you need to be honest with yourself. It's difficult to take an honest look at your progress and acknowledge your failures, but denying them only normalizes complacency with yourself. When you're honest during your final quarter assessment, you give yourself a better chance of setting New Year's resolutions you can follow through with all year long. After all, the better you know yourself, the easier it will be to stay consistent. 2. Set a quarterly resolution 3-month goal. New Year's resolutions are all well and good, but a year-long goal can feel somewhat overwhelming. Instead, try splitting your goal setting into 3-month-long cycles. This creates a sense of urgency, as the goal lives fresh in your memory instead of phasing into obscurity, drowned out by the seasons. This will encourage you to act more promptly and prioritize important tasks. For instance, let's say you set a goal to be a healthier person by the end of the year. In January, that involves hitting the gym, burning Christmas dinner off, and not sweating when climbing up 2 flights of stairs. By this point, that goal might have changed. The definition of healthy doesn't necessarily have to mean physically fit. For example, you may now be asking yourself if you're creatively, spiritually, or mentally healthy. The goalposts can change. A lot can happen in 10 months, so your goals must serve your life now, not a past version of you. The key here is to understand and reconcile with the fact that you are not the person you were in the first quarter of the year. The seasons all feel so different and, although you may not realize it all the time, you are too. Just as businesses operate in quarters, so too should your goals. When you operate from a quarterly outlook, you make your life and goal setting more manageable and measurable than a vague year-long goal. This allows for quicker adjustments based on progress. 3. Create a before the new year bucket list. Cast your eyes back to May. May is often an excellent month. Spring has teased the flowers into full bloom. The weather's chill has turned into a warm hug, and you start to see the shiny, bright gates of summer approach. Fast forward to October, and that is in the rearview mirror. The big coat has been dragged out of the back of the wardrobe, and you're now bracing for bitterly cold winter nights, darker days, and the coziness of your favorite blanket. 2 altogether different experiences that need 2 altogether different approaches. To ensure you head into the final few months of the year with the clarity necessary for a strong start, it's wise to get your notepad out and once again start the list process. Note down experiences or activities you want to accomplish before the year ends. This could be trying new things, visiting places, or completing unfinished projects. It doesn't need to be a long list, given the time constraints, but it's important to reset your priorities. Otherwise, the dark nights that come with autumn and winter months can feel like a stark contrast to the light and warmth of summer. More than anything, it's important to give this time of year a purpose. It is not merely a run-up to Christmas, as the shops would want you to believe. It's a time for reflection, but also continued and renewed progress. 4. Declutter and prepare for the new year. Think of your messy drawer. You know the one. That barren wasteland sitting there, somewhere in your house, filled with lost cards, pens, pen lids that don't fit for some reason, painkillers, thread, sticky notes, and, of course, loose change. It needs sorting out. But why bother? Something useful pops up every now and then. This time of year can feel somewhat like the messy drawer. 3 seasons have passed, countless memories have been formed, and, whether it's noticeable or not, you're different compared to the start of the year. Things may feel like they veered, of course, since the bright, hopeful days around the new year. Even if this does not describe you, it's useful to declutter your life and head towards the end of the year with clarity. It could be something as simple as organizing your wardrobe, deleting unnecessary files, or unsubscribing from emails you no longer need. A good clear-out also involves journaling, whether that's written or in art form. Expressing 10 months' worth of yourself can be a cathartic experience and allow you to process the year, moving forward to the holiday period with, you got it, clarity. 5. Create a vision and plan for the next year. Once you've decluttered your mind, reflected, minimized the last remaining months of the year, and created a mini bucket list, it's time to think a little bigger. Once again, that time of year is rolling around. The time to look around the corner is not far away. It's time to start thinking about what you want to achieve next year. If you leave it to the first few days of January, the important goal-setting period can feel rushed. This can make goals feel insincere and not truly reflective of what you want. Think of it this way. You'd feel much better about your targets for the coming year if they're produced from a process of intentional thought and dedication to improving yourself instead of a hungover whim. So, if there's anything you take away from this video, it's that you should start now. This can include setting new goals, making a vision board, or drafting a preliminary plan. You could outline your top 3 goals for next year, and the first steps to achieve them would be a good example. Good luck! Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, one definition of consistency is the state or condition of always happening or behaving in the same way. That may seem a bit boring at first, but the benefits of consistency can bring just the opposite. Consistency helps to strengthen connections in the brain, so you may be thinking with greater clarity and developing skills and knowledge through strong neural pathways. Consistency creates momentum, which becomes a habit that can contribute to lasting change. So, by being consistent, you can make big strides in the direction of your goals. It tips the scales toward the side of success. Consistency in values and principles develop character and reputation. It can create order and predictability, diminishing chaos and disorganization. The benefits of consistency outweigh any concerns of being boring and redundant. And in fact, it might bring more opportunities for a life full of engaging experiences, success, and confidence. So, how do you do that? Create an environment of consistency. If you think of being in a place of consistency, you might find it's a nice place to be. Knowing what to expect can help things go more smoothly. In a state of consistency, you might feel like you're more organized and clear-minded. You could have a better idea of what you're doing, where you're going, and how to get there. When developing consistency, it's important to be mindful of what you're consistent about. Being consistently late, irresponsible, or negative can obviously bring about an undesirable environment. So when you think of creating your environment of consistency, think of the traits and characteristics you want to cultivate. Consistent positive thoughts and actions can help develop habits that lead to success. For example, when you arrive at work consistently at the same time and perform your tasks with your usual standards, it contributes to stability in the workplace. Consistency builds trust, and when people know what to expect from you, it allows teamwork to flow in a positive direction. You may be more productive if the expectations are already established, and you can work without first laying out all of the ground rules. Make it easy to be consistent. If you have a regular morning routine, you can be prepared to move through it with minimal effort. When things are convenient, you will be more likely to do them. By repeatedly following the same set of standards and behaviors you have set for yourself, you can create consistency in all of your tasks and activities. Another way to make your environment conducive to consistency is to group similar activities together. For example, read, meditate, and relax in one block of time, and do house cleaning and laundry in another. This can make it easier to move from one thing to the next. When you make it a smooth transition, you might be more likely to be consistent in doing it. Goals, habits, and routines. The key to success is establishing your goals and sticking with them until they're realized. So, a good place to start building consistency is by thinking about what you want. Goals that mean something to you will have more momentum. Then repeat these behaviors to develop desirable patterns of consistency. Sir Francis Bacon stated, "Consistency is the foundation of virtue." By that, he meant that when someone does the right thing time and time again, they are able to build on those traits that create a strong character. Choose what it is you want to do, and do it the same way every time. You'll get better at it by repetition, and it will become a habit. Start with small steps. For example, think about the good habits you're already doing well, and attach a new habit to it. This is known as habit stacking. When you are doing one thing consistently, it's easier to add another good habit along with that one, rather than building something new altogether. Think about it this way. If you have already developed a strong habit of daily exercise, but you also would like to be more consistent in your eating habits, you can tell yourself that after each exercise session, you will have a healthy snack of fruit, vegetables, or protein. That way, you can be consistent in eating good food on a regular basis. By being consistent with exercise and a pre-planned meal, you may become more consistent in eating foods that support your goal. By creating routines with repeated actions, you develop consistency. When you know what to do next, you may find that your efforts can be easier, smoother, and more efficient. If you don't have to guess at what choice to make, you might think with more clarity and show others that you know what you're doing. Overcoming the obstacles. Even the strongest person can experience procrastination and motivation slumps when trying to be consistent. An old African proverb says, "Smooth seas do not make skilled sailors." You can expect that obstacles and challenges are going to present themselves, but you might try looking at these obstacles as opportunities. Sometimes the obstacles and challenges are the catalysts that make you better, stronger, or smarter. For example, with the gym scenario, there may be days you just don't feel like going. Sometimes it can be hard to be consistent. Maybe you're moving slow, or just can't feel motivated at all. At these times, you might need a little help to stay consistent. Try being creative to give yourself a boost, and look at how this might be an opportunity to test your strength and stamina. How could you use it as an opportunity to strengthen your resolve toward consistency? Solid support systems can be another helpful way to maintain your consistent habits. Having a gym buddy or someone to call if you need encouragement might help you to stay on track. Track your progress. Staying consistent with your habits can help you reach your goals. Reassess and review your plans often to be sure you are still heading in the right direction. Ask yourself questions to evaluate the consistency of your daily actions. Have I met milestones? Am I on track with my plan? Author James Clear wrote, "Many people think they lack motivation, when what they really lack is clarity." Tracking your progress doesn't have to be complicated. For example, if you're trying to be consistent in taking a daily walk, you could put a check mark on your calendar each time you finish your walk. It's a simple way to keep a record of your activity, and easy to see your progress at a glance. Remember to celebrate wins along the way. Rewarding yourself for your consistent habits and actions can add momentum. Stay resilient. Once you've developed good habits and are working consistently toward your goals, you may find there are times when you need to be resilient. Consistency does not mean being rigid. Determination and persistence are useful tools to continue moving forward, but you can change when needed. For example, what if your goals or interests change? Be flexible and know that it's okay to make adjustments along the way. Consistency can change as long as it's a choice or decision made with awareness. For example, you may be consistent in going to the gym every day, but then decide to try a different sport or activity instead. You can still maintain the consistency of your workouts, but change to a different form, depending on your interests. Ask yourself, do I still want to do this? Did the circumstances change? Is this still relevant? And act accordingly to form a decision based on the new information. Your character traits of consistent stability and fortitude have not changed, only the outside activity. When you make consistent choices that support being the person you want to be, you might have an effect on something larger than yourself. The way you interact in the world defines your character and helps others to understand what they can expect from you. Nearly everyone benefits from consistency. Children and pets are great examples of those who thrive in a consistent environment. Consistency can bring balance, stability, and a sense of calm assurance. By developing solid habits and behaviors with consistency, you might just find more success as you move steadily in the direction of your goals. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. In Quiet, The Power of Introverts in a World That Can't Stop Talking, Susan Cain writes about Rosa Parks. I had always imagined Rosa Parks as a stately woman with a bold temperament, someone who could easily stand up to a busload of glowering passengers. But when she died in 2005, at the age of 92, the flood of obituaries recalled her as a soft-spoken, sweet, and small in stature. They said she was timid and shy, but had the courage of a lion. They were full of phrases like radical humility and quiet fortitude. Rosa Parks' legacy is weaved into the fabric of American history. Her revolutionary choice to not give her seat up for a white man was, at the time, cataclysmic. The boldness of the action and grandeur of its consequence could fool anyone into assuming Rosa Parks was a bold, seemingly extroverted person. That wasn't the case. Her timid and shy persona is not one you'd typically assign to someone looking to radically alter the way racial equality is perceived and addressed in America and around the world. But Rosa Parks was unassuming in her bravery, her introversion providing fertile ground for the courage of a lion to feed, grow, and roar. An introvert looks inward, not relying on others for energy and self-betterment. They rest and recuperate best when alone. Identifying as an introvert can help provide anyone with a sense of ownership over their identity and pushes the label toward being a pillar of power and, of course, self-improvement, as this video will look at. Before we get into it, there's one thing to remember. Introverts and extroverts, while often compared, as seen in this video already, are not to be pitted against one another. One is not better than the other. Instead, this video will look at the power of identifying as an introvert and the potential course-correcting effect it can have on your self-improvement journey. The power of reflection. Let's bring it back to Rosa Parks for a second. Her courage of a lion didn't appear out of nowhere. It grew throughout her life, rearing its maned head during that historic moment on the bus. Of course, we cannot attribute all of this to her more introverted demeanor. Before she died, she said the lynching of 14-year-old Emmett Till and the justice system's complete failure to hold his killers accountable drove her to act. It could, however, be argued that her more introverted nature pushed her to learn more about herself and know when enough is enough. It seems like a small thing now, but her actions pushed forward a movement spearheaded by the great Martin Luther King Jr. She has this to say on the incident. I was not tired physically, or no more tired than I usually was at the end of a working day. I was not old, although some people have an image of me as being old then. I was 42. No, the only tired I was tired of giving in. When you operate from a more inward-based perspective, you can identify your breaking point with ease. While Rosa Parks is an extraordinary example, introverts' natural inclination for introspection and self-reflection can increase self-awareness, a core element of personal growth. After all, understanding emotions means you can understand yourself. Deep listening and empathy. Self-improvement does exactly what it says on the tin. You literally improve yourself. However, a massive part of improving yourself comes with learning to listen attentively and empathize with others as much as you can. This helps shape a nurturing worldview and seeps into how you treat yourself. While an introvert typically enjoys their own company more than anyone else's, that doesn't mean they're bad at listening and empathizing with others. It can be the exact opposite. When you spend more time with your thoughts, as introverts typically do, then it becomes easier to see where someone else's thoughts and feelings may be coming from. That "I'm fine" may not necessarily mean everything is fine, or even something as simple as providing good quality advice. These things become more simple and identifiable when you've spent time looking for patterns in your thought process. Moreover, introverts don't like being the center of attention. Instead of ensuring everyone hears their voice, people who lean more towards introversion prefer to keep themselves to themselves, placing higher importance on listening. Listening, after all, is one of the biggest advantages anyone can have on their self-improvement journey. If you can listen effectively and show empathy to those around you, you'll naturally build a community of caring people. The strength of solitude. Of course, you may not feel that introversion completely defines you. If you're a more outgoing, extroverted person, spending more time alone is a simple yet cunning tool for mastering self-improvement. There are many benefits to spending more time in solitude, such as increases empathy, boosts productivity levels, inspires more regular creativity, builds mental resilience. A big problem many people face is not enjoying or knowing what to do with their own company. Introverts are experts at this, as is what they rely on before and after intense social interactions. More to the point, spending more time alone provides an insight into who you really are, the person removed from any external presence. You can ask yourself questions like, how do I keep myself stimulated with no one around? How do I talk to myself with no frame of reference to ask? Or, why did I respond to that situation in this way? Essentially, an introvert-leaning person places significant value on inner thoughts. The more attention you pay, the stronger mind palace you can build. After all, asking yourself questions in any kind of self-reflective manner is the most concrete next step you could possibly take. Harnessing focus and concentration. Introverts are all about confidently spending time on their own. This leads to more focus and deep levels of concentration on tasks which aid toward improving their lives, whether that's professional, social, or personal work. A productivity-based concept called deep work embodies this sentiment, as it requires sitting down for extended periods with no distractions and a clear focus towards a set goal. When you're more comfortable being alone than others, the circumstances deep work requires may come more naturally to introverts than anyone else. Cal Newport, a psychologist who wrote the book Deep Work, touches on the benefits of an introvert's tendencies. When I talk about my purposefully disconnected life, a common retort is that I'm missing out on the creative possibilities born of the frequent exposure to new people and ideas delivered through social media and related technologies. But here's the thing. For the most part, this is not how high-level creative work is accomplished. It's not, in other words, lack of input that stymies creative breakthroughs. What does stand in the way of creative breakthroughs, I'm increasingly convinced, is lack of time spent walking quietly with your thoughts, working and reworking your understanding of a concept in search of new layers of meaning. Put simply, making more breakthroughs, creative or otherwise, requires time, focus, and concentration on your thoughts. Introversion as a self-improvement tool. Introversion has many helpful benefits, many of which will make self-improvement an altogether less daunting task. It places significant value on you and your thoughts, putting who you are at a core level in the spotlight. Of course, there are many benefits, but let's recap just how introverts are set up for success when it comes to self-improvement. The power of reflection. Self-assessment and reflection skills are a self-improver's bread and butter. The ability to look back and figure out what you can do better should not be underestimated. Deep listening and empathy. When you're able to listen deeply and show natural empathy, forming relationships with yourself and others becomes easier. Strength of solitude. As introverts watching this will know, alone time provides the circumstances necessary for self-reflection. It teaches you to enjoy your own company. Harnessing focus and concentration. When you can easily settle down and focus, you've already started yourself off on the front foot. Essentially, an introvert's advantage over everyone else is their increased tendency to self-reflect. Spending and enjoying your thoughts and company are the building blocks of your self-improvement journey. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Have you ever had one of those days where you set out to be productive but end up feeling like you've accomplished nothing? You sit down at your desk, ready to tackle your to-do list, but then it happens. Your phone chimes. It's a text message. You pick it up to read the text, and then you notice a notification for an email you've been anxiously awaiting. You open your email, start reading, and just as you're about to respond, a reminder pops up telling you it's time to take your vitamins. You head to the kitchen to grab them, and on the way, you spot your laptop on the table. It reminds you of a project you were planning to work on today. Realizing you're running late, you decide to send a quick text to let someone know. As you unlock your phone, you see the initial text you never replied to. Before you know it, an hour has passed, and you haven't even started on your original task. Sound familiar? In today's digital age, distractions are everywhere, pulling us in every direction. It's like trying to focus in the middle of a bustling city intersection. But what if there was a way to cut through the noise? A way to reclaim your time and focus on what truly matters. Jim Rohn, an American entrepreneur and motivational speaker, once said, "Either you run the day or the day runs you." Today, I'm going to share with you some powerful strategies to help you take charge of your day, limit distractions, and boost your productivity. So, how do we do that? 1. Limit distractions. First, we need to become aware of what's stealing our attention. Often, we respond to distractions without thinking. It's an automatic reaction. The moment we hear a notification, we instinctively reach for our phones. Social media, emails, text messages, games, all designed to grab our attention and keep us engaged. While some of these are important, many are not urgent and can wait. Here's how you can start limiting these distractions. Place your phone face down. When working, keep your phone face down or out of sight. This simple act reduces the temptation to check it every time the screen lights up. Turn off non-essential notifications. Go through your apps and disable notifications that aren't crucial. Do you really need to know every time someone likes a post or tags you in a photo? Use Do Not Disturb mode. Activate this feature during your focus periods to silence calls and messages. Hide distracting apps. Move time-wasting apps into a folder that's not on your home screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Establish no phone zones. Designate areas where phones aren't allowed, like your workspace, bedroom, or dining table. Researcher Gloria Mark at the University of California found that it takes an average of 23 minutes and 15 seconds to regain focus after an interruption. She said, "Distractions can lead to stress, pressure, and frustration. Imagine how much productive time you're losing each day due to constant distractions. By proactively managing these interruptions, you're not just saving time, you're protecting your mental energy and reducing stress. 2. Structure and time management. Zig Ziglar, a renowned author and speaker, said, "People often complain about lack of time, when lack of direction is the real problem. Creating a structured plan for your day can make all the difference." One effective technique is time boxing. Allocate specific blocks of time for particular tasks or activities. For example, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Focus on responding to emails. From 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Work on your main project. Use color coding to differentiate between types of tasks. Red for high priority work, blue for meetings, green for breaks, and so on. This method helps you stay on track and ensures that you dedicate time to both work and rest. Another helpful strategy is the Pomodoro technique. Set a timer for 25 minutes and focus solely on one task during that period. When the timer goes off, take a 5-minute break. After 4 cycles, take a longer break of 15 to 30 minutes. This technique leverages the idea that we can maintain intense focus for short periods, and that regular breaks help sustain productivity over longer periods. By structuring your day and managing your time effectively, you create a roadmap that guides you through your tasks, reducing the chances of getting sidetracked. 3. Digital detox. Sometimes, the best way to deal with digital distractions is to step away from them entirely. Unplug regularly. Set aside specific times when you disconnect from all digital devices. This could be an hour each day, an entire evening, or even a full day on the weekend. Engage in offline activities. Use this time to read a book, take a walk, pursue a hobby, or spend quality time with family and friends. Many people fear they'll miss out on something important if they're not constantly connected. However, most notifications and messages aren't urgent and can wait. Stepping away from screens allows your mind to rest and rejuvenate. It reduces stress and can improve your mood and sleep quality. 4. Get physical. Physical activity isn't just good for your body, it's essential for your mind. Exercise regularly. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This could be walking, cycling, swimming, or any activity you enjoy. Incorporate movement into your day. Take short breaks to stretch or walk around. Even standing up and moving for a few minutes each hour can make a difference. Exercise increases blood flow to the brain, which can enhance cognitive functions like memory and concentration. It also releases endorphins, which improve mood and reduce stress. 5. Engage in real-life adventures. In a world dominated by digital experiences, reconnecting with the physical world can be incredibly grounding. Read physical books. There's something uniquely engaging about turning the pages of a real book. It can improve concentration and reduce eye strain compared to reading on a screen. Explore nature. Spend time outdoors. Go for a hike, visit a park, or simply sit in your backyard. Nature has a calming effect and can help reduce stress. Pursue hobbies. Engage in activities that require focus and bring you joy. Painting, playing a musical instrument, crafting, cooking, or gardening. These activities stimulate different parts of your brain and can boost creativity and problem-solving skills. 6. Mindful use of technology. It's not about eliminating technology from our lives, but using it intentionally. Set boundaries. Decide when and how you'll use technology. For example, limit checking emails to specific times of the day. Use productivity apps. Leverage tools that help you stay organized and focused, such as task managers, calendar apps, or focus-enhancing apps that limit access to distracting websites. Be present. When interacting with others, give them your full attention. Put away your devices during conversations and meetings. By being mindful of how you use technology, you can enjoy its benefits without becoming a slave to it. Bringing it all together. John DeLem, an author and motivational speaker, said, "Your results are a product of either personal focus or personal distractions. The choice is yours." So, let's summarize actionable steps you can start implementing today. Limit distractions. Turn off non-essential notifications. Use Do Not Disturb mode during focus times. Keep your phone out of sight when working. Structure your time. Utilize time boxing and the Pomodoro technique. Schedule breaks and physical activity. Plan your day the night before. Digital detox. Set aside regular time to unplug. Engage in offline hobbies and activities. Disconnect from screens before bedtime. Get physical. Incorporate regular exercise into your routine. Take movement breaks throughout the day. Try activities that combine physical and mental engagement. Engage in real-life activities. Read physical books. Spend time in nature. Pursue hobbies that bring you joy. Mindful technology use. Set clear boundaries for device use. Use technology to aid productivity, not hinder it. Be present in the moment. By consciously choosing where to direct your attention, you're taking control of your day and your life. Are you ready for a challenge? I invite you to join me in a 7-day focus challenge. For the next week, implement these strategies and observe the changes in your productivity, stress levels, and overall well-being. Keep a journal of your experiences. Note what works for you and what doesn't. Adjust as needed. Share your journey in the comments below. Let's support each other as we navigate the path to better focus and productivity. Staying focused in our digital age is undoubtedly a challenge, but it's one that we can overcome with intentional actions and mindful choices. Remember Jim Rohn's words, "Either you run the day or the day runs you." The power is in your hands. Choose to take control. Choose to focus on what truly matters. Stay focused, stay positive, and I'll see you in the next video. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. December is here and the clock is ticking. But did you know that this last month could be the most transformative of your entire year? Imagine wrapping up the year, feeling accomplished, energized, and more excited than ever for what's coming next. In the next few minutes, I'm going to reveal 5 powerful tasks you absolutely need to tackle this December to end the year on a high note and kickstart an amazing new chapter. Trust me, you won't want to miss this. Number 1. Create a Before the New Year bucket list. Wait, December isn't over yet. There's still plenty of time to make this year unforgettable. What's that one thing, or even several things, you've been itching to do, but kept putting off? Maybe it's trying that new restaurant everyone is raving about, learning a new skill, or reconnecting with an old friend. Make a list of experiences or activities you've been meaning to do all year. It doesn't have to be extensive. Even one meaningful action can make a significant difference. Perhaps you've wanted to start painting, visit a local attraction, or finally read that book gathering dust on your shelf. Don't wait another moment. Jot down your mini bucket list right now. Doing just one of these things can give you a burst of joy and sense of accomplishment that propels you into the new year with positivity and momentum. Think about it. How amazing would it feel to check off that lingering goal and carry that victorious energy forward? You owe it to yourself to seize these last few weeks and make them count. Number 2. Set a monthly resolution. Who says resolutions are just for January? Set a bold, achievable goal for this month. The urgency of a tight deadline can supercharge your motivation. Maybe you want to begin a fitness challenge, declutter your living space, or finally tackle that project you've been delaying. With only weeks left, there's no time to procrastinate. Dive in and experience the thrill of achieving a goal in record time. Short-term resolutions create a sense of urgency and focus. You'll get faster feedback, allowing you to adjust and refine your approach quickly. Plus, here's the kicker. Accomplishing a monthly goal boosts your confidence and sets a positive tone for tackling bigger goals in the future. It's like a springboard launching you into the new year with unstoppable momentum. Imagine telling yourself, I set my mind to something, and I did it. That sense of achievement is priceless and can be the catalyst for even greater accomplishments ahead. Number 3. Declutter and prepare for the new year. Imagine starting the new year with a clean slate, both physically and digitally. Decluttering isn't just about tidying up. It's about creating space for new opportunities and a clearer mindset. Go through your closet and donate clothes you no longer wear. Organize your workspace to boost productivity. Delete those unnecessary files and apps clogging up your devices. Unsubscribe from emails that no longer serve you. Less clutter means a clearer mind and more focus on what truly matters. Your brain works overtime processing visual clutter. By simplifying your environment, you reduce stress and increase your ability to concentrate on your goals. But here's something you might not expect. Decluttering can actually improve your mental health. Studies have shown that a clean environment reduces stress and anxiety. So you're not just tidying up, you're investing in your well-being. One effective method to make decluttering easier is the 3-category system. 1. Put it away. If it's something you use and love, give it a proper place. 2. Give it away. If it's useful but not to you, donate it to someone who needs it. 3. Throw it away. If it's broken or no longer serves any purpose, let it go. Applying this method can make the process less overwhelming and more efficient. You'll be amazed at how much lighter and freer you feel afterward. And don't forget your digital spaces. Clean up your email inbox, organize your desktop files, and remove apps that are just taking up space. A streamlined digital environment can boost your productivity and reduce that nagging sense of digital chaos. Number 4. Review and reflect on annual goals. Now, let's take a meaningful moment to look back. What did you set out to achieve this year? Celebrate your successes, big or small. Did you pick up a new hobby? Advance in your career? Strengthen personal relationships? Give yourself credit for the progress you've made. For the goals that didn't go as planned, don't sweat it. Use them as stepping stones for growth. Perhaps some goals no longer resonate with you, and that's perfectly okay. It's all part of your personal evolution. Assessing what you've accomplished can be a powerful source of pride and motivation. Adjust your plans accordingly. You might decide to take successful goals to the next level, restructure ones that need more attention, or let go of those that no longer align with your vision. By reflecting on the past, you gain a clearer understanding of where you've been and where you want to go. It's about learning, evolving, and setting yourself up for even greater success. Here's a pro tip. Write down your reflections. Journaling can provide valuable insights and serves as a record you can look back on. Sometimes the act of writing brings clarity that mere thinking doesn't achieve. Number 5. Visualize your goals and plan for the coming year. Finally, it's time to look ahead with excitement and purpose. Visualize where you want to be this time next year. Make a comprehensive list of goals and categorize them. Travel, health, career, personal growth, relationships, finances, and more. Narrow them down to the most impactful ones and prioritize. Draft a preliminary plan and outline the steps needed to achieve each goal. Be realistic, considering your other responsibilities and commitments. Having a mix of big and small goals can keep you motivated throughout the year. When your goals are set, create a vision board filled with images and words that inspire you. Seeing your goals represented visually can ignite your passion and keep you focused. For example, travel goals. Post pictures of dream destinations, maps, or cultural symbols of places you want to visit. Health goals. Use images that represent vitality, like someone running, healthy foods, or tranquil nature scenes. Career goals include symbols of success in your field, quotes from leaders you admire, or images representing the next position you aspire to. Place your vision board somewhere you'll see it daily, like your bedroom wall or as a background on your devices. This constant visual reminder keeps your goals at the forefront of your mind. And here's a game changer. Share your vision board with someone you trust. Accountability can dramatically increase your chances of success. Plus, you might inspire them to pursue their own dreams. You could even host a virtual or in-person vision board party with friends or family. Collaborating with others can introduce new ideas and make the process more enjoyable. Don't underestimate the power of visualization. Olympians and top performers use this technique to enhance performance. By vividly imagining your success, you train your brain to make it a reality. Here's a bonus tip. Embrace the journey. As you embark on these tasks, remember that life is a journey, not just a destination. Embrace each step with gratitude and enthusiasm. Every action you take is a building block for your future. Stay flexible and open-minded. Sometimes, unexpected opportunities arise that can lead you down an even more fulfilling path. Be ready to adapt and grow. December isn't just the end of the year. It's a powerful launchpad for what's next. By tackling these 5 transformative tasks, you're not only wrapping up the year with a sense of accomplishment, but also setting yourself up for an incredible new year. Remember, time is precious. Make every moment count, starting now. Life is a timeline, and once it's gone, you don't get to go back. So seize the moment, focus on what matters most to you, and get ready for action. Imagine starting the new year, not with resolutions that fade, but with a clear plan, a decluttered life, and the momentum of recent achievements propelling you forward. Here's to making December the month that changes everything. You've got this. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. In houses worldwide, you'll find neatness personified, cutlery organised according to its purpose, colour-coded bookshelves, and even seasonally racked clothes. In many of those houses, you'll also find a messy drawer, a slice, a taster, perhaps, of the human brain's capability for facilitating disorganisation. It's a dumping ground for the miscellaneous items we can't quite seem to find a designated home for, but at the same time, its value isn't lost on its owners. If all hope is lost, you try the messy drawer. Hay fever tablets? Try the messy drawer. Plasters, paper clips, post-it notes, sellotape, or loose batteries. You know where to look. It's an amalgamation of the disorganised and organised mind. It's easy to feel organised in one sense. For example, having a rough idea of what's in the messy drawer. But it's just as easy to resemble the chaos of its contents. While it is a comforting place to look for everything miscellaneous and lost, it's not a sustainable mindset in the long term. A lack of organisation scrambles your life into a messy drawer-like state and throws up a clarity-ending fog. In other words, the more organised you are, the clearer things will become. A highly organised life is made up of small but immensely impactful frameworks that can be implemented today. From this point, the steps to a more successful, enriching life become clearer and much easier to navigate. Prioritise and set goals. When you think about organising your life and getting ahead of things, you likely think about goal setting, and rightly so. When you set clear and specific goals for the week, you follow a sense of direction necessary for high achievement and general success. Without them, daily schedules can feel disjointed and up in the air. As previously mentioned, organisation is all about laying down the groundwork for a more harmonious, clear existence. When you get that out of the way, you'll find yourself naturally steering toward fruitful opportunities and environments that push you to greater things. It's also useful to bear in mind which kinds of tasks are important. Prioritizing tasks based on importance helps navigate the week more effectively than if you were to attempt any task at any time. Use a planner or digital tools. To feel like you're making progress in life, it can often feel as if too many tabs are open at once. You have the maintenance of your general well-being, fitness, healthy eating, and so on. Then there's the upkeep and improvement of your social life, seeing friends or making new ones, or perhaps seeking romantic partners. All of that takes up a huge chunk of your energy, and we haven't even discussed the energy professional and creative ventures require. All of these tabs contribute to a slower and less efficient system. They are also precisely why having a planner or using digital tools is a crucial weapon to have in your organised arsenal. A planner helps condense everything I've just mentioned into trackable and digestible pieces of information, meaning you can close some of the tabs in your head and look to your planner when you feel lost. This will help you keep track of appointments, tasks, and deadlines. Sunday night weekly review. So far, we've touched on how, by looking forward, you can take action now to protect your future self. Indeed, that is a large part of feeling organised. However, don't neglect your recent history either. A weekly review session to reflect on the past week's accomplishments and challenges helps you see what worked and what went wrong, putting you in a stronger position for the week ahead. Spend 10 minutes every Sunday noting what you faced during the week just gone. The format doesn't matter. It's the reflection period that counts. Remember, sometimes you need to go back to move forward. Time blocking. As this video mentioned earlier, a lack of organisation can often feel like having too many open tabs in your head. All of them require some level of energy to maintain, but this mentality means it's very difficult to give 100% to a singular activity. A lack of organisation often consists of dipping your toes into multiple tasks, not giving them enough attention, and thus maintaining a certain level of mess. To cut out that mess, implement time blocking into your life. Time blocking is exactly what you think. Allocating a set period to focus on one task, such as writing an article, doing the dishes, or responding to emails. Focusing on one thing at a time helps avoid multitasking, which the human brain finds next to impossible anyway, and puts your organisational skills on the front foot. It's important to remember the world you live in has not been designed for a singular, driven focus. Every app has a notification, most of which prey on the instant gratification that comes with responding every time your phone flashes. Even the news apps want you to click. So cut yourself some slack, but also note down and eliminate what is distracting you most. Set realistic goals and expectations. Ever heard of the phrase, shoot for the stars and settle for the moon? It may sound slightly cynical, but there's solid reasoning there. Although the stars are shiny, they are so far away, too far for anyone to reach. We can get to the moon, however, and the moon isn't half bad. It's all about perspective. When your goals and expectations are glittering and unrealistic, not achieving them can feel demoralizing. In fact, because of their stature, you're at risk of perpetually feeling distanced from yourself. Setting realistic expectations helps keep you grounded and avoids overcommitting yourself. A continued sense of achievement provides the vital energy needed for maintaining an organised life. Limit time-wasting activities. Let's be honest, our lives are filled with time-wasting activities. Phrases such as doom scrolling, going through the endless stream of content on social media apps, have become prevalent in today's language, and with good reason. With so much information available at our fingertips, the itch to know and learn more is never fully scratched, as there will always be something else to consume. Put it this way, waiting for something isn't just waiting anymore. Instead, it's time to scroll through our phones, scanning and searching for more each time. It can be difficult to acknowledge the time spent on time-wasting activities. After all, how productive you are is often seen as an indicator of how valuable you are. While that most certainly isn't the case, continued abuse of time-wasting activities is a slippery slope and will leave your life feeling messy and disorganized. Covering these gaping holes in your time will allow you to get things done and put you back in the driver's seat. Delegate when possible. While social media and the time-wasting activities this video mentioned a short while ago are things to consider cutting down on, technology does have many uses, particularly when it comes to organisation. To free up time for more critical responsibilities, delegate when possible. That may sound like hiring an assistant, but there are so many apps available which provide a similar service. For example, if you wanted to spend less time thinking about exercise, you could join a purpose-made app which generates workouts for you. Finding simple but effective tricks like this is organisation manifesting in your daily life. Essentially, when you take action to free up time and get on top of everything going on, you're becoming more organised. Organise your life for a more seamless existence. Organisation looks different for everyone. Some people may thrive where you don't, so make sure you're paying attention to yourself above all else. The tips discussed in this video are starting points. Take what you think suits you best and put your spin on it. The more comforting you find the organisation processes, the easier they will be to maintain for a long time. In that lies the key to it all. If you want to feel like an organised person, you must consistently implement the frameworks and tools necessary. It can start now, but it won't happen overnight. Habits take time to form, but happily, an organised individual treasures their time. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Sleep. There's no hiding from it. You can postpone it as much as possible, but it'll eventually claim you. Rather than fight it or bemoan how little sleep you're getting, it's best if you learn to use sleep to your advantage. If you do, you'll be fighting fit on all fronts. Everything will seem more possible and life will be filled with a base layer of energy. It's easy to see why not prioritizing your sleep makes your life not just more difficult, but a slog from minute one. According to some research from the University of Chicago, a 4 to 5 hour sleep can reduce a man's testosterone levels to that of a man 10 to 15 years his senior. Its biological power must not be underestimated. A lack of sleep is fundamental to our everyday existence. Sleep is the literal recharging of our batteries, but it's often overlooked. Perhaps that's why you're watching this video. We're all guilty of neglecting sleep from time to time, whether that's staying up until 3 a.m., sauntering through the latest video game release, or talking about everything and anything with a new partner. We all know how important sleep is, yet we often choose to deal with the consequences of its absence. Matt Walker, a psychologist who has dedicated his career to learning more about sleep, put it this way: human beings are the only species that deliberately deprive themselves of sleep, for no apparent reason. It's time we change that. Getting a good night's sleep is about getting the little things right, from the activities you do before sleeping to the time you wake up every day. It may sound simple, but as with a lot of things in life, the simple things are often the most challenging to get consistently right. Here are some small tips to help change that. Consistent wake-up times. The human body craves routine. Regulating something as biologically pivotal as sleep makes it easier to achieve. Your body and mind will find it difficult to calm down if they have no idea when that might happen. So, if you have no consistent wake-up time, it will be difficult to expect an easy start to the day. To put it into context, say you have a daily team meeting every morning at 10 a.m. You know it's at 10 every day. Your brain and body brace for it. Now, let's say the same meeting is moved. 9 a.m. one day, 2:47 p.m. the next. It's skipped for 3 days, and then all of a sudden you've missed the next scheduled one. The constant change would throw away any sense of togetherness and cohesion. You'd start missing things, not just in the confines of the daily meeting, but otherwise too. It's difficult to split your attention if there isn't any regularity. In conclusion, you will get better sleep if you have consistent wake-up times. Even if you go to sleep late, try and wake up at the regular time. Although the temptation is to get as much as possible in one go, sometimes a similar wake-up time, followed by a nap later in the day, is the best way to get your hours in and stay regulated. Daily wind-down ritual. Blue light. You may have heard of it. The dreaded glare that is harmful to your eyes from excessive screen use. It's damaging to your ability to sleep. Yet, according to the Sleep Foundation, 90% of Americans use a blue light emitting device during the hour before bed. It's not just the purely biological element to be aware of either, as seeing something happy or sad on social media can upset your emotional balance and make it more challenging to induce the REM cycle, the portion of sleep where your brain is in its deepest state of rest. So, a good place to start when implementing a daily wind-down ritual is to avoid screen time in the hour before bed. In this day and age, that can prove difficult, so look on your device for a blue light saving option. On Apple devices, look for night mode. Otherwise, how you wind down is up to your personal preference. Here are some tips to get you started. Listen to some calm, slower music before bed. Much has been made of music's ability to influence our mental and physical state, so experiment with whatever music makes you feel calm. Have a skincare routine. To induce a relaxed state of being, your body needs to feel at ease. Taking care of your face before you sleep is a powerful, physical way of going through the motions, as if rubbing in some cream or ointment signals it's time to shut off. Read before sleeping. Reading a book is a tried and tested way to unwind before a night's rest. While you may feel the highs and lows of emotion, the act of reading a non-blue light emitting text will eventually tire you out. Plus, it's excellent material for your dreams. Optimal sleep environment. It's all well and good getting your mind and body to relax, but if your sleeping environment isn't geared toward the main goal of a bedroom, then you might have a difficult time getting the rest you need. You may experience difficulty sleeping in extreme conditions. In the height of summer, for example, it can prove challenging to relax when you're sweating in bed. Research into sleep found that 18 degrees Celsius is the optimal temperature for falling asleep. Of course, it's not easy to regulate a whole room's temperature, so your best bet is to make things cool. If there's too much of a chill, there's no better feeling than wrapping yourself in a duvet. Here are 3 useful, practical tips for creating the optimal sleeping environment. 1. Take a hot shower before bed. The heat from the water creates a warm-up effect, whereby your core temperature is forced to drop to cope with the heat on the skin. 2. Discard any and all clock faces from the bedside area. Of course, we all like to know what time it is so we can gather our bearings. Still, if you have difficulty falling or staying asleep, a continued reminder of how much sleep you're losing will push unwanted anxiety and frustration onto you. 3. Designate a purpose to your bedroom. Your bedroom is the room you sleep in, right? While that may be the case, you often spend more time in your bedroom than anywhere else. When it becomes the place where you do everything, your brain may find it challenging to relax, as it hasn't purely associated the room with the main activity it's for, sleeping. So, if you're struggling, spend less time in your bedroom until it's time to sleep. Mind dump journaling. Picture this. You're ready for bed. Skin is glowing. Your room is cool, and you've not been on your phone in over an hour. Yet, you can't sleep. Your mind is racing, creating hundreds of imaginary scenarios and excruciatingly overthinking every interaction in the past 5 years. Sound familiar? Sometimes, the moments before you sleep are the only time in the day when your brain is truly cut off from all forms of stimulation. No music, company, or tasks to complete. Just you and your thoughts. It's that freedom that can make things especially difficult to relax. To counterbalance this effect, try journaling. Dump everything you have on your mind. It doesn't need to be interesting or well written. It just needs to be. Your brain doesn't need to go down every avenue it creates. Sometimes, it simply needs to be given the time to spew out all of the excess, to make way for rest, just so it can go through the same process all over again. A short period of regular journaling will help you realize just how much information the brain processes every day. Let the paper have some so you can shut it off. Better sleep is within your grasp. You don't need dozens of stats stating how a lack of good quality sleep can negatively affect your life. You know how much worse you feel when you get 5 hours compared to a solid 8. It makes everything seem much more possible. If there's any part of your improvement journey to focus on, let it be sleep. As this video has discussed, when you're well rested, you'll have more energy, develop a strong immune system, and give yourself the platform to live life to the fullest. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week.